In the kingdom of Asteria, the world ends the moment the 5 great sins awaken. 5 divine weapons reborn as children, each one capable of erasing a nation alone. The only man who knows this apocalypse is coming decided the answer was not war, not conquest, but charity. Alon was a corporate slave who played this world like a game, then died and woke up inside it. He has no powers, no allies, and absolutely no business founding a cult. So he sends one loyal knight to rescue 5 doomed kids and tells himself he's just being a helpful uncle they've never met.
10 years later,
those children have become gods who worship him as the Great Moon. And he still thinks they're sending him polite thank you letters. This is the Patron of villains.
A single handwritten note sends a child soldier across a continent, and the man who wrote it was just trying to be polite. Deus kneels in the cracked stone courtyard of some forgotten inn, and the girl looking back at him is the sister he buried in his head years ago. She sobs into his chest, clutching him like the world might still take him back, and Deus realizes the Great Moon didn't send him a weapon, he sent him the only family he had left. This is the patron of villains, where every thank you note becomes scripture and every gift receipt is a miracle. We'll circle back to how a cult this powerful got started by accident. But first, let's watch the man who wrote the note panic about something completely unrelated. Our protagonist is currently living his best life in a bathtub, which is exactly the kind of power fantasy we signed up for, until you remember he got here by dying at his desk. We meet Alon in his study, surrounded by paperwork and 5 figures who apparently believe he is their patron, and his face shows he would rather be anywhere else. The story establishes that Psychedelia is a game world where gods fight, continents crack, and apocalypses occur regularly. Alon wakes up as a noble and immediately holds the book upside down, unable to read it, while the butler questions his competence, then discovers the mansion has buffet lines and maid-attended bars. The name Palacio finally registers, and Alon panics underwater upon realizing he is inside the role-playing game he played during his 78-hour work week instead of sleeping. The lore dump reveals wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession appear. The world falls, and his 2 older brothers are named Leo and Tonio. Alon collapses in the grand hall, clutching a flower like it's the only 401k he has left, mourning the fact that he got isekai'd into a body with 0 powers while everyone else gets cheat codes and a redemption arc. Then he has the kind of idea that only makes sense if you're desperate. Reform the 5 great sins while they're still children, because even world-ending weapons start out small enough to bribe with snacks and a bedtime story. Alon meets Evan, a knight with a night patch who appears weary, and hires him after complimenting his skill while giving a forced smile. Evan is flagged as a rare character, which in gacha terms means Alon accidentally pulled a 4-star bodyguard, and the flashback shows exactly where the sends come from, a dungeon of chained girls who deserved a much better tutorial level. Alon greenlights the first rescue mission, the lore reveals. Wrath is a non-human who signs a contract with a being from beyond, and Alon leans back, satisfied. Alon hands Evan a sealed letter and instructions to sponsor the kid quietly, and Evan rides off looking like a man delivering a tax audit to a dragon while Alon watches from the window with the confidence of someone who has never met a toddler. We get the original timeline flashback, where an archbishop tries to befriend Utia with a spell that sounds like a rejected prog rock album title, and the spell fails so hard the screen turns into a horror movie. The archbishop's attempt ends with a demon girl screaming that it's too late and blood decorating the scenery, then cuts back to Alon, stretching in the present like he didn't just outsource the saving of a child to a one-eyed knight and a hope. Alon worries about his brothers, while Utia stands in a courtyard holding the letter, and Evan looks disturbed by the emotional weight of his delivery. Utia reads the letter. Her eyes go full wrath mode. Evan panics and blurts out the phrase that will haunt this entire series, and somehow, "It's not yet time," calms her down like it's a divine command instead of a man stalling for his life. Utia hugs the letter to her chest and decides this is a secret promise only her master could know, and the amount of pink energy swirling around her is directly proportional to how badly Alon has misunderstood his own politeness. Alon lies in bed thinking he has extended his luxurious lifespan, completely unaware that his thank you note has just been canonized as scripture, and that is exactly the kind of dramatic irony this channel was built for. There is a moment in every accidental cult's origin story where someone stares into the camera like they planned it all, and that someone is currently a little girl with white hair and glowing red eyes. 2 months after Alon gave the apocalypse to a knight with an eye patch, he sits in the library surrounded by falling books, unable to read the documents in front of him. Evan reports back from the first rescue mission, and the news is good enough that Alon immediately dispatches him to a human experimentation facility because one moral crisis at a time is apparently too slow. Antonio Palacio, the second brother and local drug cartel manager, who walks into the library, uses Alon's head as a handrail and stomps on him with the enthusiasm of a man who thinks family therapy is for weaker dynasties. A dagger embeds itself in the cracked wall behind them. The wall shows prior damage from similar impacts. Leo Palacio arrives with the energy of a final boss who read the script early. Antonio's smugness evaporates faster than a puddle in a dragon's driveway. The Palacio brothers fight over the family head position. Their father Aldemar lounges in debauched luxury. The household has active succession conflict and parental neglect. Alon and Evan debrief the situation. Both understand their family reunion will be dangerous. Alon states he is tired, though his body has performed no physical labor. The exposition arrives. The United Kingdom's central nation is Kalyan. The second boss of psychedelia is a man named Deus Makalian. This places heavy expectations on him. Deus, whose backstory is a horror montage of cages, rasping hands, and a transformation into the sin of sloth that looks less like an awakening and more like a subscription service he never signed up for. The game flashes forward to its true ending, where warriors fall, cities crack, and the sin of sloth unleashes enough dark energy to make a climate scientist cry, and Alon watches it all while sipping tea. Alon puts down his cup and explains, with the calm of a man who has no idea what he has already set in motion, that he sent Deus to an orphanage because it is not yet time. Young Palacio stands in an ethereal forest. He looks shattered. The on-screen text reads broken, marking his psychological state. Utia descends from the narrative heavens in a frilly dress and glowing red eyes, which is exactly how you want your future wrath to show up when you're recruiting a traumatized child. She offers Deus a pact under the full moon. Cosmic energy erupts from the agreement, binding them with force exceeding any written contract. The scene reveals someone in black gloves reading Alon's letter to Utia in a dark forest. The letter opens with "Morning, dear sister," and states his brother used him as a chair. Evan bursts in shouting, "Big trouble," corrects himself to, "The scum, no, I mean the second young master." And before Alon can process the grammar, Tonio is already bloodied, defeated, and lying in a coffin. At the funeral, Aldemar sits flanked by women in red and blue dresses like this is a social event, while Alon stands there thinking he is hungry, which is the most honest grief response in the room. Leo laughs maniacally over Tonio's body, with a sword still in the corpse's back, then turns to Alon and points out the lucky break look on his face, which is rich coming from the man who just committed fratricide in a chapel. After a time skip, Alon and Leo drink tea. A woman states that maintaining contact with Utia will prove useful. Leo reads letters describing the Sens as good children, which understates their true nature. Alon and Evan review the sponsor list over tea and pastries. The Information Guild delivers a clue. Behind them, a violent, dark struggle continues, showing that rescuing world-ending weapons requires field action. Then, Blue Moon makes its operational debut in a courtyard that now resembles a paint swatch catalog for the color regret, with bodies everywhere, and Deus kneeling in despair like he did not expect his puppet strings to trend this hard. A victim screams that his hand moves on its own. A blonde attacker kills the final target. Diaz's puppet thread ability forces involuntary movement and causes casualties. Utia strikes with a glowing purple blade. Diaz controls glowing purple threads. They establish blue moon's sword and shield pairing. The surrounding combatants fall. Utia surveys the carnage and asks how they can let the place be shabby when he arrives, which is the most deranged interior design justification for mass violence I have ever heard in a manhwa. The chapter climax is a massive energy explosion engulfing a city while Utia and Diaz float against a crescent moon, and Blue Moon announces itself to the world with all the subtlety of a surprise, twice comeback stage. Chapter 3 opens with the before picture, 5 children in a dark cell, hands reaching upward from purple light, and a white-haired woman being tortured with syringes, while a scarred man looks away. The after picture shows the same children silhouetted in a bright town square, now laughing and at ease. They have been provided food and care. Alon decides they will not need a separate caretaker, reads Utia's letter, and internally attributes her sentimental attachment to character background, which is a very polite way of saying, this child has trauma and I am ignoring it. Evan asks if the letter says anything important. The children play in a sunny courtyard, and Alon deflects with, maybe in 5 years, while covering his mouth, because he is terrified to ever meet them in person. Alon's internal flash-forward shows the 4 Sens screaming in anguish as they are transformed. He admits he remains frightened, despite having rescued them before those events occurred. The foreknowledge continues to cause him anxiety. Evan asks about the future again. Alon mumbles, maybe in 5 years, while covering his mouth. They return to magical sparring. Evan mentions an organization recently famous for hunting criminal rings, and Alon, wearing an ornate uniform and holding a glowing orb, dismisses them with the confidence of a man who has never heard of Blue Moon and assumes they will vanish soon. The energy blast that follows is the universe's way of saying, you are going to regret that sentence, and also your entire life. Cut to Blue Moon's actual meeting, where Utia asks about the North and Solrang cheerfully reports that she has taken all the slave traders' heads, which is one way to measure quarterly growth. Ryan reports that the South is finished as well. The 5 Sens gather in a glowing hall. Ladan sits on the stairs, grinning. The atmosphere resembles a villain gathering rather than a team meeting. A Blue Moon operative presents a dangerous written order found while cleaning the South, and the room goes quiet in the way that usually precedes someone becoming a historical event. Utia reacts with a single, "What?" and then her robes reveal themselves in full wrath mode, because nothing says, concerned about my master, like enough red energy to power a small kingdom. The other Sens sit nervously while Utia processes the threat, and you can tell they are all thinking the same thing when she says, I see, someone is about to stop seeing forever. The written order's aftermath reaches the Palacio estate. Tonio's death is officially ruled an accident, which is politically convenient given the corpse's obvious cause of death. Leo learns that Blue Moon struck again last night and eliminated everyone. The underworld's alarm increases significantly. Back at the estate, the staff panic packs luggage because the second brother's death means Alon might be next, and Evan asks if they are going to Rod Mill, which is less an escape plan and more a delayed funeral RSB up. Alon wakes up somewhere else making toast and eggs with Evan, because nothing resets the trauma meter like a good breakfast, unless you remember you are only eating it because your brother got murdered. A letter arrives requesting Alon's return for his brother's funeral. Alon reacts with visible reluctance. A tall figure looms over a terrified companion in the rain, and the violet energy glow in the air suggests that this family's grief-cancelling sessions are going to involve significantly more lightning than recommended. At the funeral, Alon asks what is wrong with Leo, and Evan reports that the organization that made Avalon vanish overnight is still a mystery, which is the kind of mystery you solve by becoming it. The staff react with terror. Alon stands there, caught unprepared by events he did not anticipate. And that little girl with the glowing red eyes? She is still staring, because she has already decided that one polite letter is a covenant, one orphanage is a temple, and one terrified noble is the moon itself. Loria Altia looks Alon dead in the eye and admits the truth. Nobody else will. She does not appear anywhere in the game he played. That single sentence should terrify him more than any assassin, because it means the timeline is already rewriting itself around him. A flashback slams in, some dark-eyed, noble air glaring down at a blonde woman in green, and the atmosphere says this family was never going to sort itself out peacefully. Loria's bloodline is the kind of mess that makes the Palatial house look functional. She blushes mid-confession, stammering that she is going to be something, and the panel cuts away before she finishes, because this show loves a good dramatic ellipsis more than it loves closure. Cut to a sunset balcony where Alon and a blonde figure stand together. The scene is lit to emphasize intimacy, though their conversation is not shown. Then the episode drops the punchline, Chibi Alon reading a book, literally titled Tips for Socializing, because after accidentally founding a cult and inheriting a county, his next boss fight is making small talk at parties. But to understand how we got here, we rewind to Alon's great escape. An ornate carriage rolls down a grand road, 4 white horses pulling him away from the Palatial estate, like the universe finally gave him a rideshare out of the main quest. Inside, Evan suggests they choose a city. Alon agrees with feigned consideration, having already decided on another destination. That smirk is the expression of a corporate veteran who has just filed his 2 weeks' notice with the apocalypse. He is going to Rod Mill, and nothing short of divine intervention is changing his mind. A fractured flashback shows the rescued children huddled in distress, a reminder that Alon's entire retirement plan is built on 5 kids who could each delete a country if their therapy bills go unpaid. Then the contrast cut hits. Those same kids picnicking in a sun-dappled forest, laughing, reading, being normal children. Alon's sponsorship program is working, which is the most dangerous thing that could possibly happen to a man who thinks he is just being nice. They arrive at Rod Mill. Alon rests his chin on his hand, visibly relaxed. He has achieved the rural villa life he had long envisioned leaving his corporate position for. Evan calls him out immediately. You only say things are fine when you are deeply not fine, and this departure was suspiciously quick. Evan has known him long enough to recognize a panic relocation when he sees one. Another carriage departs the estate in parallel, and Aldemore watches from a balcony with the vacant serenity of a man whose bloodstream is mostly recreational chemistry. He has no idea his eldest son is about to start the final round of family succession. In a dark chamber, Leo tells a subordinate that since Alon quietly headed to the border, he has lost all reason to kill him. That is the kind of sentence that only sounds reassuring if you have never met a Palatial brother. Leo orders Alman to follow the carriage. Alman reacts with visible alarm, realizing the order implies assassination. Alman, who we will learn is Haydn playing along con, asks the question every henchman dreads, "You want me to kill him?" Leo does not say no, which in this family counts as a signed contract. On a rooftop at dusk, Haydn reverses the implied order back onto Leo, executing a practiced deflection. Leo's face contorts in rage. Haydn strikes. Leo falls. Blade through the chest, blood on the stones. Leo collapses, and the man he sent to kill his brother just cancelled the entire Avalon business model with one thrust. Haydn states it was enjoyable until now, delivering a final dismissal. His eyes glow blue, no longer conveying subordination. Then comes the reveal. As the blue moon is that man's sword, it is only natural he moves according to the great moon's wishes. Haydn has been a sleeper agent for 2 years, and the loyalty program just auto-renewed with Leo's blood. 2 stylized blue scythes flash against the void, and Haydn cuts through Leo's remaining guards so efficiently, the body count becomes a footnote. This is what happens when you let a cult handle your hour's disputes. Leo gasps on the ground. Haydn tells him he has waited 2 years for Leo to speak those exact words. 2 years embedded, eating Leo's bread, attending Leo's meetings, nodding at Leo's statements. The patience demonstrated matches the violence of the act. Haydn delivers the final line with Leo's words, "Avalon will disappear from the continent forever." 1 assassination, 1 sentence, and an entire criminal empire gets uninstalled like a deprecated plugin. Meanwhile, Alon wakes up in Rodmill greeting the morning, eating toast, wondering if he should open a toast stand. He's living the dream, while his dream is murdering people in his name, 3 counties over. Evan bursts in with a letter, practically vibrating, and shoves it at Alon so hard a golden blob of butter splats across the parchment. The letter reads, "Due to Leo Palacio's death, we request Alan Palacio's return." Alon's face does the math in real time. Brother dead, I am the heir. This is the opposite of the quiet country retirement I budgeted for. His expression is what every introvert looks like when asked to give a eulogy and a quarterly report on the same day. Leo's funeral is all solemn attendance and open casket, while the household staff tremble at Alon's arrival like he personally ordered the hit. The rumor mill has already convicted him, and the trial is scheduled for never. Evan confronts Alon in what looks like a shared hallucination and asks the question that will define their entire relationship. When did you become the shadow leader? Alon, genuinely broken, asks why he is the villain. This man outsourced 5 rescue missions and somehow became the final boss of his own family's succession arc without a single PowerPoint presentation. Evan lays out the prosecution's case. Alon is the only one who benefits. Leo died after they left, and Alon has the perfect alibi to become the Count's heir. The logic is airtight, the conclusion is wrong, and the comedy is immaculate. Evan delivers the finishing blow. With Leo's death, nothing will bother Alon anymore. Alon is so horrified, the panel encases him in ice, which is the most accurate visual metaphor for realizing your life is now a true crime podcast about you. Evan presents a tuxedo to improve Alon's spirits, misreading his emotional state. Alon is stunned. The change from rural hermit attire to formal grieving heir happens in a single reveal. Evan brings up the Blue Moon as a suspect, then immediately dismisses them because the Information Guild said they were not behind this. The Information Guild is wrong, and the irony is so thick you could spread it on Alon's toast. Alon smirks with metagame confidence and declares there is no way those weaklings are behind this, since the Blue Moon disappears before the original story starts. He is using wiki knowledge to investigate the cult that worships him, and the results are not going to age well. Cut to the Blue Moon, in a circle meeting in a storage room. Utia, Solan, and Ryan debrief. Ryan reports no evidence was left at the assassination scene. Their operational precision reflects their leader, a red-eyed cardinal who demands absolute loyalty. Sorong grins with a dagger in hand and corrects her. There were only corpses. The cat-eared girl is having the time of her life, and that is the exact energy you want from your organization's morale officer. Deus stands in a mystical void with purple butterfly energy wings and a sword, and the visual confirms what the law already promised. The sin of sloth has awakened, and he looks anything but lazy. Haydn reports to Utia, a crescent moon clasp gleaming on his cloak, confirming he followed her instructions. His undercover assignment is complete. Utia, who issued the order, acknowledges his success. Utia smiles, her eyes glowing red, and speaks one word, good. The single word carries substantial threat, and she has not yet unfolded her fan. Utia confronts Haydn in the storage room. He presents a bound book found with the Avalon-connected nobles. It is evidence. The Blue Moon will use it to proceed further. A vision of Avalon-connected nobles, with glowing white eyes, appears, and the puppet network is now visible. This is not the only hand running people like chess pieces in this kingdom, just the one that will eventually do it with the best lighting. Utia unleashes her full wrath aura, pink hair and red energy filling the panel, while Seorong and Deus face off with crackling yellow and purple power. The Blue Moon Inner Circle is doing a team-building exercise, and the exercise is violence. Haydn stands with a massive sword, his eyes glowing blue. The Blue Moon members present themselves with force, and the crowd screams in terror. Rhine stands surrounded by glowing teal orbs in a star-filled void. She maintains composure, having assessed the weaknesses of those present. Utia's rage is the emotional headline, but the real story is that all 5 Sens are now operating as a unit, and their unseen leader thinks they are sending him polite updates about orphanage craft hour. The scene shifts to a Blue Moon research session concerning a hell sword forged by a swordmaster. Utia grasps a book with an expression indicating she intends to claim the sword from its current owner. Solung and Theus face off again, yellow lightning against purple void, with Ryan watching like a referee who has already written the post-match report. The team dynamic is tense, talented, and absolutely not OSHA-compliant. A voice insists this was not in order, and then the panel cuts to a man preparing to strike while Utia watches in fear. The Blue Moon has internal disagreements about methodology, which is a polite way of saying they are one bad meeting away from a civil war. Utia falls through a void saying, "Remember this," and the line lands like a threat, wrapped in a promise. Whatever she wants remembered, the audience is going to be paying for it later, with interest. The group observes floating papers and concludes that someone possesses full knowledge of the situation. Makalian admits internally that he does not understand. The narration states that despite her overwhelming abilities, Utia experiences anxiety and resentment. She fears disappointing a man who remains unaware of her existence. In the present, Alon collapses over his desk, weeping that he only wishes to rest and eat. He has inherited a county and survived an assassination by proxy, yet his desire remains for a life of ease. He writes that Leo's death was supposed to be 6 years from now, and the scholars flooding in with books scatter when he glares at them. The staff are now working strictly because rumor says he is a secret mastermind, which is the worst workplace culture initiative ever implemented. Alon asks if the staff are working so hard because of the secret mastermind rumors, and the answer is yes. He has accidentally implemented a productivity program through fear, and he cannot even claim it was intentional. Training montage kicks in, and the narration explains that magic requires innate talent, a sentence that exists specifically to make Alon feel worse about his manor hall being the size of a studio apartment. Alon conjures a bright energy orb in a grand hall and practices channeling blue magic in a forest. His efforts are being compared against those born with exceptional innate power. The metaphor lands hard. Innate mana capacity is like an athlete's natural weight class, and Alon's manor hall is very small. No amount of training will cover it, which is the most polite way the series has told him he is not the chosen one. Evan hands Alon a letter, and Alon's confused is the sound of a man who has not yet learned that male is now his primary source of trauma. We arrive at the Grand Ball, where Alon and Evan walk into a tense confrontation in an opulent hall. Evan is carrying a tray of pastries because even during political warfare, his priorities remain refreshingly consistent. Alon appears troubled as nobles dance around him. The ballroom attendees pretend not to observe the man rumored to have killed in order to claim his county. Alon tells Evan he will employ the social skill he practiced in secret, bids him farewell, and enters the crowd despite his lack of confidence in social situations. He approaches a noblewoman with wine and tells her he did not come thoughtlessly, then declares he will deploy his practiced gentle smile. The panel frames this like a horror movie jump scare, which is fair because that is exactly what it becomes. A gentle smile is an essential social tool, the panel insists, while Alon's grin looks like he is calculating her tax liability. The noblewoman recoils in terror, because she has just been smiled at by a man whose reputation includes 2 dead brothers and a shadow cult. She promises to tell her father to prepare at once. Alon reaches out in alarm, as he had only intended to compliment the wine. The nobles gossip that he just blackmailed them into giving him limited edition regional wine, and Evan lists the loot pile: Palladian luxury steed, Penia citrus tea, Vilanda crafted metalwork, Malantino specialty wine. Alon came to make friends and accidentally ran a protection racket. Alon sighs that his social life is ruined, and the nobles feel even further away, which is objectively true because they are now physically fleeing his presence. The rumor that he removed his monstrous brothers has made him a social black hole in a ballroom. A red-haired woman sips wine and watches him with intense red eyes. She holds her position without retreating. This distinguishes her from the others in the room. Alon steps onto the balcony for fresh air. The night sky offers no relief from his distress. Someone speaks to him, and Alon turns with the surprised expression of a man who forgot that other humans can initiate conversation. The social skill cooldown has not reset, and we are all nervous. A door bursts open, and Asteria is revealed, sitting pensively in a green dress with a green ribbon in her wavy brown hair. She is the youngest daughter of the Northern Troublemakers, and she has been waiting for exactly this moment. Alon recognizes the Asteria name and greets her with the calm of a man who has just realized another quest marker has appeared on his face. He is sweating, but he is committed to the bit. Asteria is introduced as one of the Northern Troublemakers, sitting before a mountain painting surrounded by red roses, looking sad enough to make the flowers feel overdressed. Alon sweats harder because sad noblewomen at balls are historically where his life goes sideways. Asteria tells Alon she does not appear anywhere in the game, and the butterfly effect just landed on his balcony wearing lace trim. If characters who were never in the script are now asking him for help, his foreknowledge has officially expired. A flashback shows a dark-eyed young man glaring at a blonde woman in green, and the Asteria family dynamic is revealed to be exactly as dysfunctional as every other noble house in this kingdom. Asteria blushes and starts to say she is going to be something. The scene cuts to the sunset balcony again. The implication hangs in the air. The act closes on Shibi, Alon reading tips for socializing, because the man who accidentally founded a shadow cult, inherited a county, and rewrote the timeline is now grinding the most underleveled skill in his entire build. Good luck, King. You're going to need it. We open this act on a young man with purple hair and a purple cloak, hands clasped like he's either praying or about to tell us the Wi-Fi password to the divine realm. But before we get to whatever cosmic customer service line Alon just dialed, we have to back up to the grand ball, where Asteria is looking at our protagonist with the exact expression you make when the only person who can save you is socially incompetent. Asteria explains that Duke Altea's condition has worsened, and being the daughter of a mistress means her protection has expired. She looks at Alon and asks him to renew it with his rumored power. Alon, being the most honest coward in the kingdom, tells her he'll be taking his leave. Internally, he's doing the math. He can barely take care of himself. He has no idea where his own cult ends, and false hope is the one resource he is not qualified to distribute. Asteria is left alone looking sad, and the scene transitions to Alon getting choked from behind, which is the narrative's way of saying every goodbye in this family comes with physical feedback. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the same ball, two cloaked figures are having the kind of conversation that makes a debutante ball feel like a war room. One of them confirms they will proceed according to the Red Moon's command, which means Asteria is running operations from somewhere Alon cannot see. Alon wanders the anti-ballroom floor, wondering if he has some kind of people-repelling barrier, which is technically correct, but not for the reason he thinks. He greets the red-haired woman who has been watching him, and she hides behind a fan with the energy of someone who already owns the next 3 moves. This is Kalia, and she greets Alon's social panic with the confidence of a woman who murdered her father and is now using him as a desk ornament. Alon compliments her beauty because when you are outmatched in every other department, you default to manners. The narration drops the world-building bomb. In this kingdom, there are 3 great shadow players, and we get the title card, Asteria of the North, complete with a mystical rose blooming through crystalline shards. Then Kalia smiles with her fan, and the room temperature drops about 10 degrees. Asteria is now on a throne, legs crossed, wearing red. A young boy in a black uniform hides his face in surprise at her presence. She thanks Alon for the compliment, fan half covering a smile that says she would like to talk more, and Alon's internal monologue wishes to be released from this conversation. He is not going to be released. Alon escapes to consult his Blue Moon cloaks, a doomsday cult. Deus and Asteria report that there is a new concern, and Alon stands there holding a wine glass. A cloaked figure gets hurled across the ballroom and falls through the void, because apparently the Blue Moon handles security breaches the same way they handle everything, with excessive force and no visible paperwork. Scene shift. Alon and Evan are standing in a forest clearing, looking at glowing rune stones, and Evan asks if this is really the canyon they were looking for. Alon says he came here often, which is true if by often you mean he speedran this dungeon in a previous life. The labyrinth of whispers is revealed. 8 rooms, riddles in each, and a powerful artifact at the end. Alon looks at the entrance with the awe of someone who has seen this place rendered in low-poly graphics and is now experiencing the 4K remaster. His companion asks how he knows this place, and Alon deflects with, "I've come here often." The lie is thin, but nobody in this party challenges him. They enter the first riddle room, and the dungeon's answer to getting a question wrong is a demonic red monster, a dragon-like creature, and a colossal stone fist slamming down with the enthusiasm of a final exam proctor. Alon watches the carnage and calmly notes that getting the riddles wrong causes those things to slam down mercilessly. His companion asks how he can stay so calm, and the honest answer is that Alon has been emotionally desensitized by his own family dinners. Alon solves the riddle just before another shadowy fist descends and the mechanism opens. They proceed deeper. Retreat is not an option. The treasure room opens and Alon looks pained because the reward room is so full of gold that not looking at it is a genuine athletic feat. A hand wearing a glowing golden ring reaches out from a room stacked with gold bars, which is the dungeon's way of saying, "Please, take the quest item and leave the economy alone." One companion points at the artifact and calls it the most useless-looking thing in the room, which is exactly the kind of assessment that gets you cursed in a dungeon. The taller figure advises taking nothing else, because greed is how side quests become main quests. Alon examines the golden coin with the black ring on his finger, and an older figure warns him from down the hall. The dungeon is not done with them. It is just letting them feel clever before the next encounter. Armored guardians appear in formation, spears ready, glowing visors fixed. The boss corridor has arrived. Alon is at his glasses-wearing companion. A figure in white robes stands in the void, and then the colossal stone golem drops in with a glowing red core. A white-haired spear wielder attacks the golem. The stone giant shatters to reveal a glowing red symbol, and a warrior gets impaled mid-fight. The glasses companion screams that second-tier magic is not enough. Alon is overwhelmed by blinding white energy, spectral figures swirling around him, and for a moment, the dungeon feels less like a video game and more like a job interview with a god. He hears a voice, not a person, a voice. Capital V, cosmic reverb, the kind of audio cue that makes you save your game twice. Alon closes his eyes against a starfield background and stands alone before a stormy sky over dark water. Alon holds the golden artifact and thinks that the voice almost makes this world feel real, which is a heartbreaking sentence from a man who has been treating everything like a speedrun. A grey-robed figure says first, a cosmic entity commands speak, and the void erupts with energy. Alon stands clasped hands in a stone chamber, while a cosmic battle of light and dark tears open a nebula rift, and the voice pronounces granted. He is praying in a misty void, and the prayer appears to be going through. Then the voice says second, and Alon falls backward in surprise, covering his face like he just got a system notification he did not opt into. A hexagonal emblem appears, hands forming a diamond around a mouth, which is either a spell icon or a very aggressive logo for a meditation app. A powerful energy vortex activates, and Alon thinks he must have messed up somewhere because he mimicked the exact skill icon just in case. This is what happens when you treat divine invocation like copying a dance choreo from a comeback stage. The intent is there, but the muscle memory is borrowed. He looks up desperately and says, "This has to work," and the word granted appears in glowing Gothic lettering against a purple nebula. A cosmic entity unleashes a torrent of white energy from its mouth, and the spell is no longer a request. It is a download completing. A young man with light-colored hair stands defiant against a swirling vortex of purple and white energy, and Alon clasps his hands, conjuring white swirling power with the golden brooch gleaming. Origin magic is now online. Blue energy surges through the void. The glasses companion shouts that second-tier magic is not enough. and the warrior in dark robes strikes down the rock creature with a glowing red blade. The dungeon boss is learning that Alon's build has just been patched without his consent. Another figure prepares a glowing pink blade. Alon struggles to disarm the glasses wearer, and the close-up on Alon's intense gaze says he has stopped pretending he knows what he is doing and started improvising. A dark hand crackles with white lightning forming an orb. Alon, with striking black and white hair, manipulates blue energy streams, while the glasses man recoils in terror, and the heavily built figure attacks with a chest glowing fierce red. Alon channels blue energy into a sphere while a shadowy, imposing figure looms behind him, and then he fires his ultimate blue energy sphere at the dungeon boss. Chapter 6 ends on a cliffhanger with a man who wanted to loaf around and eat is now casting spells that rewrite the local geology. Chapter 7 opens with the aftermath. A man screaming in anguish, a hooded figure engulfed in red aura, and two muscular warriors clashing amid blue energy. The dungeon is not over. Alon unleashes a glowing blue orb, then a torrent of bright blue lightning, reaching toward a radiant swirling aura with full focus. The energy blast erupts in blinding white light, filling the rocky cavern with crackling lightning and a sound effect the Korean edition gave 2 syllables. Whatever those syllables are, our protagonist is now intimately acquainted with their meaning through his sternum. A man in a dark cloak raises his hand toward the blinding light. A figure is engulfed in electric blue aura, and a massive stone fist descends toward a glowing blue orb. The boss tries to counter, but the boss did not read the patch notes. 2 figures stand atop a rocky outcrop surrounded by crackling blue energy, hands reaching up to direct the assault. The spell channels power from Alon, his companion, and the ancient god lending him strength. A young man with purple-tinged white hair and sharp purple eyes unleashes a surge of blue energy, and the scene fills with blinding white and purple light. 2 figures are silhouetted against the discharge, their forms indistinct as they channel the full force of the spell. The taller figure stands protectively before the shorter armored one as lightning engulfs them, and then a final massive blast erupts. Alon's companion reacts with shock and fear, because he just watched a second circle spell behave like a banned ultimate. A figure unleashes a torrent of blue lightning, their form distorted by the surge, while Alon and Evan stand facing a colossal, shadowy entity crackling with purple lightning. The boss is still standing, but its posture has changed from threatening to concerned. The colossal stone figure cracks and crumbles under the lightning. A clenched fist erupts with blue energy, and an armored figure braces against a descending spear. The dungeon guardian is learning that Alon's second circle magic graduated without telling anyone. A figure in ornate armor wields a spear-like weapon, unleashing blue energy, and the background fills with crackling lightning and explosive force. The sequence is layered with dense sound effects of thunder and impact. Alon and Evan ascend a rocky chasm lit by glowing runes and a waterfall, then emerge stunned. Evan asks if that was really just second circle magic, and Alon admits it was not at all like that back in the game. The game mechanics have been overwritten by something older. Alon explains that the spell changed shape with each incantation and hand sign, and he could see those transformations because he is especially good at controlling mana. This is the first time his gamer precision has translated into actual magical aptitude, and he is as surprised as anyone. A cosmic voice speaks. "O human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god, I express my gratitude to you who inherit the will." Alon has not just learned a spell, he has been acknowledged by a deity who thought its own religion was dead. 2 figures clash amidst lightning in a desolate landscape, and then the disembodied voice finishes its pronouncement. Alon and Evan finally walk out of the sunlit forest clearing, Evan slumped with exhaustion after 3 weeks of trial that felt like 3 years of unpaid overtime. They rest by a waterfall, Evan leaning on Alon for support, and Alon acknowledges his good work for the past 3 weeks. It is a rare moment of sincere partnership between a man and the operative who has now witnessed him pray his way into god-tier magic. Alon explains that choosing a matching incantation enhances a spell's properties, and that he noticed the spell changing shape because of his mana control. He is essentially reading the patch notes of a forgotten god out loud and realizing he can apply them. A young man with short black hair and blue eyes casts a glowing orb, while armored figures stand behind him, and then a surge of green lightning erupts. Alon is experimenting with incantation combinations, and the dungeon serves as his testing ground. Alon thinks he can see the transformations because he is especially good at controlling mana, and the two prepare to mount their horses in an enchanted forest. But before they can leave, a cloaked figure descends from the sky, and another with glowing green eyes looks up. A woman in a teal dress walks through a glowing cavern, and a light green braided woman examines an ancient stone rune tablet. Kalia and Bianca have arrived at Alon's estate, which means the social event Alon just escaped is about to arrive at his front door with better intelligence and worse intentions. An in-world legend appears, the one who stopped the invasion of the Black Things, showing a knight in shining armor confronting a colossal dragon. The story is titled The Brilliant Emperor and takes place in a mystical library, rendered with elaborate visual detail. A grand library pulses with bright white energy surrounded by floating books, and a green-haired woman casts a spell. Ryan watches alone and notes that a bloody queen follows him, something one could only find in history. She has identified Utia's spectral presence, which is the worst possible thing for Alon's privacy. Alon and a light-haired companion unleash a massive lightning blast at a colossal jagged form of crackling energy and rock. The man with teal hair looks down somberly, the enemy still standing despite their combined assault. Blue Moon operatives converge at night. A green-haired girl admits she is embarrassed to be blindly following orders. A silver-haired woman greets an arriving cloaked figure, and a young man with purple glowing eyes reports that the Dark One is dead. Leah's assassination is now official internal news. Hidden, also called Alman or Haydn, delivers the verdict. The Dark One is dead. A young agent walks through a blood-splattered landscape, and blue orbs ascend into the night sky. The chapter closes on a serene forest dawn. The Blue Moon's meeting ended with deliberate atmospheric weight. Nobles observe Alon from a distance, describing him as chillingly emotionless with eyes like the abyss. Kalia visits her father's study and asks if that is not fascinating, and he replies that she is the count here. The dynamic is clear, he writes. She rules, and neither of them is happy about the arrangement. Kalia's father writes with a quill, and then black smoke emerges as Kalia smiles with glowing red eyes. A dark-robed figure with a red glowing sword strikes, and Kalia stands sealed in a pink energy field. She is controlling her father through black magic, which is one way to handle a difficult parent. Her father lunges at her in rage while she remains serene and smug, touching her lips with a finger like she just tasted a secret. The puppet count is having a tantrum, and the puppeteer is enjoying the show. Kalia attends a formal event and tells a military-uniformed young man that there are too many eyes on them right now. A servant calls for Miss Kalia, and the scene is interrupted by a shambling, lesion-covered figure lunging in a futuristic chamber. The monstrous figure lunges, and Kalia debriefs with the military man. The perpetrator's seal did not activate, so he did not reveal the secret. A pink-haired woman asks how they figured it out, her expression smug and knowing. Kalia is under counter-surveillance, and another faction has entered the conflict. Meanwhile, Alon and Evan sit in a dim room, one poking his ear bored, the other lying on the floor, completely unaware that Kalia has just reverse-engineered his cult's protection detail and declared the surrounding county her chessboard. The gap between what Alon knows and what is happening in his name has never been wider. And that is saying something for this show. We need to talk about the note, not the wine, not the chessboard, not the glowing white eyes, the note. Because somewhere between Alon writing, "I'd like to send you letters sometimes," and Utia pressing it to her chest like a holy relic, the patch notes for this entire world got rewritten. But first, the Altia family. The carriage rose up to the ducal estate, and inside, Loria Altia smiles with foreknowledge. She looks out of the palace and thinks of Alon with cold, calculating eyes, her mind already casting him as the only shield that matters. At the ball, her brothers and sisters stand together like a perfectly posed family portrait. Timalian with his fur-trimmed cloak, Malian with her long blonde hair, Pyrene and Kig looking every bit the noble heirs. And little Loria sits apart, saying the most devastating thing a youngest daughter can say at a party, "I have nothing." Then the doors creak open and the night detonates. A maid screams Loria's name as something pulls her into the dark. Loria turns, sees blood on the floor, and the only question she can manage is, what? Because her brain has not yet caught up to the fact that the family purge has started without a warning email. She weeps for Timalian and Malian, and the answer arrives before anyone can lie to her. They are impaled together in the grand hall, embracing even as they die, surrounded by shattered glass and a thorny purple tree motif. Loria watches from behind the curtain and asks the void what is happening. The void does not answer. Blue Moon does. The Dan, Radon, Silver Moon, the pirate who is somehow already on the board, grins through the chaos and declares, "Successfully eliminated." That is the coldest three-word performance review in ducal history. The sword slash falls, the castle stands silent under snow, and the Altea succession just got fast-tracked by a man who really enjoys his job. In the aftermath, someone kneels over a body and whispers, "Good things will happen," which is the kind of lie you tell right before you become the villain of someone else's story. Loria walks away from her maids, stands at the window, and laughs once, a single "ha" that contains every pact with the devil energy this show can legally hold. 2 months later, a messenger arrives at Alon's door under Duke Altea's order. Alon, who definitely did not plan on becoming the Count, opens a box and finds an exquisite wine with a card, "With respect," by Loria Altea, and his first thought is not good wine. It is "Why did she send me this?" followed immediately by the guilt that he was not able to help her. Meanwhile, Loria is no longer the girl sitting apart at the ball. She is the Duchess Altea, writing at her desk with the focus of someone who has buried her siblings and inherited their ambition along with their titles. She stretches, surveys her domain, and hopes he liked her gift of gratitude. He has no idea what he's being thanked for. The new player on the board is exactly what this story needed. A smug man in a fur-collared coat sitting on a pile of gold coins with a cigar, wondering what he has that Alon does not. Across from him, Loria stands alone on a chessboard of fallen pieces, the only one left standing after Blue Moon flipped the table. Back at the manor, Alon stares out at the snow and sighs, the sigh of a man who has been promoted against his will. His internal rulebook for a sweet life in psychedelia is simple. Avoid the succession war, settle in Rodneal, go on a gourmet journey. Every single item on that list is now in ruins, and the ruins have a very nice view. Evan and another aide ask if he has any information on Leo's assassins, and Alon, sitting in his library like a man who has accepted that the plot is now driving him, decides that every deviation from the original game is probably a butterfly effect he caused, so he will just prepare for unexpected events. That is the entire plan. Prepare for unexpected events, the strategy of a man who has seen the patch notes and knows the devs are trolling him. Then the letter from Utia arrives, and the act remembers its heart. She writes that everyone is doing okay. Utia writes, Deus does puppet shows, Solong plays in the park, Rhine reads quietly while making things, and Radan tends his garden. Alon has never seen their faces, but reading about them growing well warms him more and more each time. This is the closest he gets to being a father, and he does not even know their names carry mythic weight. And then the letter lists their talents. Utia has the talent of faith. Deus has the talent of the sword. Rhine has the talent of studying. Solang has the talent of a fighter. And Radan has the talent of an apostle. These are not hobbies. These are job postings for the apocalypse, and Alon reads them like a proud parent reviewing a kindergarten report card. He throws his hands up and celebrates, "What a perfect plan!" He decides to prepare individual gifts for each of them, because that is what a kind uncle does. He also privately wonders if he can get something back once they become huge, because that is what a former corporate slave does. The letters take flight like birds toward the orphanage, carrying with them the exact kind of casual affection that Utia will later frame in a museum. The letters land. Utia stands somberly in a storage room. Someone announces that this time he delivered them individually. The 5 children gather, holding their letters in shock. Deus cries, "Yay!" So rang beams, with her letter held high. And in that small room, 5 future world-ending weapons are happy, because their favorite person remembered them separately. That is the note. That is the cult. That is the whole show. We open on the capital of Caliburn at sunset. A child raised in an orphanage has become the kingdom's most terrifying knight. But rewind. The blue moon inner circle has just received fresh sealed letters and everyone is reacting like they just got comeback photo cards from their alt bias. Sorong is vibrating with joy. Ryan is examining hers like an appraisal item, and Utia holds her envelope with the smug serenity of someone who already knows its scripture. The rest of them are staring at these letters like it's a group project, and only one person read the rubric. They can't even tell their orders. Then Utia reveals the truth. The master disguised all his instructions as ordinary conversations from the very beginning, which means Alon's casual anxiety ramblings have been top-secret directives this whole time. Deus asks the reasonable question. If leaks are the problem, why use letters at all? Utia's face says that is not the kind of doubt the Red Moon tolerates. Meanwhile, Silorang just shouts order and accepts her mission like a golden retriever getting a tennis ball. The bar for cult loyalty is on the floor, and these children are doing limbo under it. The assignments drop. Theus gets Caliburn, the nation of knights. Sulrong gets colony, and protests about the desert terrain. Rhine and Ladan receive a treasure haul errand. Utia clutches her paper to her chest. It is a personal request she values deeply. One of them confirms the patronage will continue. The master also included gift locations for them to find. They stand together for one last moment, 5 children assigned to destroy kingdoms, now separating to manage Alon's expanding territory. Cut to Alon, completely detached from all of this, sitting in a study full of books and muttering that he'll have to experiment with the magic himself. He thinks he's researching a spell. The Blue Moon thinks he's issuing divine marching orders. Same paperwork, 2 completely different patch notes. Evan reports that the Information Guild has found nothing on Leo's assassin. Alon flashes back to a spectral blonde woman in an icy landscape. Evan suggests they stop investigating entirely. Alon agrees, choosing to suspend the search. He reasons it out like a true corporate survivor. The Information Guild sees almost everything, and there's no reason for the Assassin's faction to attack him unless he approaches them first. This is sound risk management. It is also exactly the kind of logic Utia will interpret as a masterstroke of strategic restraint. Then Caliburn's crest appears, and Alon is suddenly in a formal hall being stared down by a military official who outranks his entire bloodline. Later, over street skewers, Evan casually mentions that Deus got appointed a knight. Alon nearly chokes. It has not been that long. Deus was a child. Children do not become knights in healthy organization. Chibi Alon is proud for exactly half a second before Evan clarifies the terminology. Derivation is the superhuman ability beyond Aura Blade. Deus has not just become a knight. Deus has become a sword master. Alon's face is the face of a man who sent a child to knight camp and got back a final boss. The flashback hits. Deus lunges at monsters, swinging an oversized sword, fighting alongside a fiery red-haired swordmaster accepted as a temporary comrade. Caliburn has been at war for more than a decade. Deus has been fighting through it with relentless urgency. Alon is still processing that a child with no sword background has become a master knight. He debates whether to act, which for him means doing absolutely nothing while sweating. Evan hands him more letters and a gift note. The gift note is not for Alon. It is from Alon. He wrote it and forgot, which is the closest thing he has to a long-term strategy. He complains that they could at least thank him for the gift, then immediately gets slapped back to training basics by Evan. The two stand by a sunlit window, one exhausted operative and one oblivious count, both equally unprepared for what Deus is about to find. Back in Caliburn, the cathedral stands tall, Soldiers line up like they are waiting for a twice-fan chant, and a lone figure in dark purple armor gazes out from the grand hall. That is Deus Macalian now, the sin of sloth. Purple moon. Master Knight. He looks like he belongs on a poster, and he has absolutely no idea his next errand is a family reunion. Then the episode flashes back to how he got here. Young Deus, clutching someone as dark tendrils erupt around them, falling, reaching, crying in a prison cell with nothing but a golden object and despair, until Utia descends from the sky like the worst, best thing that ever happened to him, and promises he can take revenge with his own hands if he follows the blue moon. So he followed, through dangerous missions, through training that should have killed him, through every battlefield Caliburn threw at him, not because he wanted glory, because Utia promised him the one thing nobody else could, his own hands, his own revenge, and a place in something bigger than his suffering. Then the gift note arrives. A small hotel in southern Caliburn. Alon left a gift there. Deus walks in wondering what could possibly be waiting, and the answer is a young woman with long brown hair and a broom who looks at him like the world just tilted back into place. That is silly Macalian, the family he thought he had lost forever. And she breaks down crying, because the family she thought she had lost forever is more precious than her life. Meanwhile, Alon is probably eating a sweet potato somewhere, completely unaware that his charity scavenger hunt just restored a sibling bond he did not know existed. That is the note. That is the cult. That is the whole show. 6 months later, and the orphanage is thriving so hard it has developed a basement religion. But before we get to the cult meeting, Deus Macalian walks into a small Caliburn inn and finds the gift Alon left him. A sister he thought was dead, silly Macalian, who collapses into his arms weeping. They share a quiet meal, they share tears, and Deus finally gets to exist as something other than a weapon for exactly one meal, because this show does not let anyone rest. Then the flashback hits, and we remember why Deus needed this so badly. The ornate cage, the girl suspended in ruins, the destroyed hall, the purple-haired woman falling just out of reach. Crimson energy surges, dark tendrils wrap the frame. A figure in purple and gold robes explodes into divine light. A hand reaches through the void to catch the falling Deus. This is his backstory. More flashback, a torrent of crimson power overwhelming a woman in white, a black-armored figure swallowed by dark energy, and the kind of sword slash that leaves a permanent mark on the audience. Blinding white light cuts the darkness. 2 glowing blades clash. A clubbed figure blasts backward. Deus shields a woman from an attacker in a ruined landscape. The panels show his history, violence first, peace second. Alon's gift note has handed him the letter. Back in the present, Silly stands beside Deus and says she is grateful for what Alon did for her, and Deus clutches his shoulder because his past still wounds him. Cut to Utia in a puzzle piece void, grinning like she just solved the board, and she asked a question that defines this entire operation. A sword can't think for itself, can it? Which is her polite way of saying, Deus is Alon's blade, and Alon does not even know he owns a cutlery set. Young Deus cries with glowing purple eyes. Silly reads the word brother, like it is a prayer. Alon pats a child's head in a memory he does not know is sacred, and a man with a purple glowing sword stands in a dark mystical realm, all of it orbiting the same absent center. Alon meditates in a storage room. Silly brings Deus food, smiling. Utia declares with absolute devotion, "Why I follow that man," while Alon stares forward with glowing purple eyes. Then we see what Deus has become, an armored knight in a grand hall. Masked soldiers in formation, 2 warriors walking a barren land, and young men in blue uniforms standing at attention. This is Caliburn, the nation of knights, and it has absolutely no idea what it just adopted. Deus's formal investiture, a dark angular figure grips a glowing purple sword. A black-gloved hand takes the oath. And Deus stands in full ornate armor with a purple cape, while an army marches through snow, and a younger version of him relaxes in a courtyard, surrounded by books. The sin of sloth became a master knight, and the irony is not lost on anyone except Alon. Meanwhile, Alon is in his study, surrounded by glowing books and sticky notes, muttering that he is going to write better from now on, because cursive has personally offended him. He thinks he is researching a spell, but the cult is reading it as a quarterly divine memo. Magic training flashback. A pale hand crackles with cyan energy. A teal-haired young man channels green light. A blonde figure raises his hand to command power. The caption names the spell Blue Light. A swarm descends. A muscular man moves with purple lightning. A figure teleports inside an electrical explosion. Alon sits in an armchair reading, while books scatter across the table. Alon conjures purple lightning in a hall. His hands crack with energy. He unleashes a blue-white blast in a city setting. Lightning splits the storm sky. He has moved past training into active combat. The training peaks, an energy sphere explodes into lightning. Alon braces as a massive ethereal construct crackles with white arcs in his courtyard. A green light blast erupts from the scene. Then the word breakdown flares in golden light, followed by multiple energy surges, lightning storms, and a teal-haired figure, completing the blue light and breakdown combo. Alon has officially named his advanced technique like a K-pop title track, and the choreo hits different. Reverse heaven fills the courtyard with blue energy. A figure is engulfed in aura, and Alon stands caught in the blast like a man who just realized his second circle spell has opinions. This is origin magic, and it does not come with a user manual. The ankle opens this act screaming like a man who just discovered the protagonist's hobby is a federal offense, and honestly, fair. He has seen Alon's lightning and his brain is filing it under origin magic, seventh circle mage. Why did nobody update the seating chart? Rewind a few panels and the courtyard is already under assault. Blue energy erupts everywhere, the ambient sound design is intensifying, and Alon stands in the middle of it, surrounded by violent, magical discharge. Alon squints through the lightning, and finally lands on a discovery that should have been obvious. The order of the incantation matters, which means magic in this world has the same energy as a twice comeback tracklist. You cannot just shuffle it and hope the choreo hits. The teal-haired assistant calmly explains that when he used breakdown first, the spell failed entirely. This is the kind of beta testing feedback every mage needs, and the kind of sentence that makes Alon realize he has been brute-forcing divine tier sorcery like it was a forgotten password. Somebody in the room shouts that this is impossible. Alon's magic is not following the established curriculum. It is generating its own rules. Alon stands there with a visible question mark where his composure used to be. He has the face of a man who just learned his basic lightning trick is actually a lost god language, and he has been fluent in it for weeks without noticing. The energy barrier remains active across the courtyard arches, while two unwelcome guests stand in the background observing Alon with hostile intent. The situation has shifted from training exercise to direct confrontation. Bianca is gripping Kalia's shoulder with the energy of a man whose entire worldview just got patched without warning. Kalia, meanwhile, looks like she is filing this moment under useful and possibly mine later. Alon's face finally catches up to the situation. Wide eyes, sweat drop, the full visual grammar of a protagonist who thought he was farming side quests and just got flagged as a raid boss. And then the line drops, "Why is Kalia here?" It is not a greeting, it is a man watching his quiet countryside arc get invaded by the main plot, and he is absolutely right to be alarmed. Bianca stands there in his dark pinstripe suit with an eagle brooch, and the background is cracked, the physical damage matching his emotional state. Alon repeats the word origin, with the exact intonation of someone who just found out their casual hobby qualifies them for a professional license they never applied for. The numbered boxes floating behind him are not helping. They look like a tutorial pop-up he skipped. So now Alon is standing in front of a glowing ethereal tree in his own courtyard, with Kalia and Bianca watching from the pillars like they are judging his divine awakening on a 10-point scale. The grass is too green. The light is too blue. Nothing about this says normal Tuesday. Somebody asks me, And the answer is yes, unfortunately. The universe has selected Alon for greatness again, and Alon would like to speak to the manager. Transition panel. Purple gradients, wavy lines, the visual equivalent of the narrator taking a breath before dropping the next emotional bomb. Then the flashback cuts hard to Caliburn, where a stout older king is on his knees begging young Deus not to leave for another country. "You are so talented. You are mine," he pleads. And Deus just kneels there with his head bowed like a man who has already decided his loyalty belongs to a letter, not a crown. So while Alon is panicking about being called a seventh circle mage, the swordmaster he accidentally raised is already so devoted that foreign monarchs are begging in vain. He wanted to save the world. He never realized he was building a new one. The great moon has spoken. Alon is asleep with a sweet potato in his hand. The note that started a cult has a lot to answer for. The sky just made a sound that rhymes with crack and carries enough kinetic energy to delete your save file permanently. A blue-skinned titan looms over the battlefield. Its single glowing pink eye pulses. The creature grins. Yucha turns to face the abyss. Her silver ponytail snaps behind her. She has reached the breach point in the timeline. But before the gods crash the party, let's rewind to the barbarians who believed death in combat was the highest honor imaginable, until they got tricked by a knight. The barbarian chief Kulkan swings his axe with righteous fury, only to realize the Caliburn knight has no intention of fighting fair, leaving him bleeding and betrayed. Delmon's Caliburn knights finish the job with a poisoned, dishonored blade, leaving the great chief Kulkan to bleed out on the frozen tundra, his fury aimed not at defeat, but at the cowardice that stole his warrior's death. Solange stands at the edge of a cliff, golden mane snapping in the wind, and announces to the whole desert that playtime is officially over. She calls herself the Great Moon's beneficiary, which is sweet until you remember the Great Moon is currently stress-eating sweet potatoes and has no idea any of this is happening. Rewind. Kalia of Zenonia has parked herself on Alon's sofa like she owns the deed, and her elderly wizard Bianca is vibrating hard enough to qualify as a household appliance. Bianca casts a detection spell at significant cost to determine what organization supports the third Palatial's son on Kalia's orders. Kalia clocks Bianca's fear and flatly says she's never seen him like this, which is the wizard equivalent of your antivirus having an emotional breakdown. Alon enters unwillingly and offers Kalia tea while deflecting her inquiries. Kalia tries to categorize his magic, and Alon responds with the kind of vague humility that accidentally sounds like a supervillain confirming his power set. Bianca being polite is so unprecedented that Kalia visibly short-circuits because her butler's default setting is condescension with a monocle. Alon ends the meeting abruptly, suggests Kalia visit Duke Altea, and dismisses her before she can ask questions he cannot answer. Kalia curtsies and leaves. Bianca immediately states Zenonia would never visit Altea, then changes the subject, indicating fear. Kalia asks if that was origin magic. Bianca denies it rapidly, his monocle fogging, confirming it was origin magic. In the carriage, Bianca finally lets himself think about what he sensed, and his brain immediately starts rendering blue-white storms, an ethereal tree, and enough crimson void to stock a metal album cover. He watches Alon's lightning fixate and manifest into a tree of raw principle, and realizes this is the kind of magic you do not detect without a therapist on speed dial. Bianca screams internally, slaps a suppression spell on his own brain, and decides that continuing to think about this is a health hazard. Kalia smiles, having realized she has become a piece in someone's larger design. She looks up at a spectral giant, Alon, looming over a miniature board, and quietly accepts the obvious. She has already become his pawn. Back at the estate, Evan delivers an intelligence report, and Alon processes it with the calm of a man who is about to have the worst afternoon of his life. Alon clutches his head and panics out loud about an alliance between two masterminds that could topple the entire Asteria kingdom, which is hilarious because one of those masterminds is him, and he does not know it. He sits down and writes Kalia a conciliatory letter, apologizing for being blunt and cold, then dispatches it through the machinery guild like a man trying to defuse a bomb he accidentally armed. After all that diplomacy, Alon finally lets himself worry about Solong and Ladan, the two orphans he hasn't heard from in a while. The camera lingers on a golden-clawed gauntlet, which is the universal visual shorthand for "Your quiet orphan has found the legendary power-up you did not authorize." Cut to Solong, walking through a desolate inner world, stretching like she just woke up from a nap, and hoisting the essence of the Golden Mane tribe while shouting her thanks to the Great Moon. Utia's red eyes briefly appear in the void, because of course she is watching, and a flashback shows the Golden Mane tribe gathered around their matriarch like this was always part of somebody's plan. Solong explains that the essence grants strength and authority to those who pass all the inner world's trials, which is a very polite way of saying she just speedran the difficulty curve. She stands in a golden vortex and declares that the Great Moon is her benefactor, which remains true even though the benefactor in question is currently drafting apology letters and not paying attention. Solong's golden flash erupts fully. Massive golden claws tear through the frame, and she announces that from here on out, things are going to be different. She fires a massive blast. The terrain shatters. She stands alone on a cliff overlooking the mountains, transform. And just as Solong smiles and says, "Let's begin," a single golden eye opens in the darkness. Asteria has noticed her, which means our patron's newest guardian just became the main event on someone else's radar. The eye of the follower just hit 248,500, and the resulting light is bright enough to make you forget what color the room used to be. Back at the estate, Alon is reviewing an intelligence report on Solong's golden flash. He squints at the page. He cannot recall the name. Evan shrugs. He says anyone with sufficient strength can become anything in that land. He does not know what a golden flash is. Alon then learns that the item he needs to patch his tiny mana hole is a month-long carriage ride away at the Blue Magic Tower, and his face goes so blank that the furniture starts to worry. Meanwhile, in Labyrinth City, Larthania, the job of official magic appraiser has become so prestigious that it basically prints money, which explains why Ryan Groff is running a shop called Merde while wearing a green crescent moon masquerade mask. A client brings in a golden lantern, and Ryan appraises it with the kind of casual competence that makes you forget she's one of the 5 apocalyptic weapons Alon is trying to keep busy with hobbies. She tells the client the lantern now runs for an hour on a bit of mana, then slips into her backroom laboratory the moment nobody is looking, because the real project is not decorative lighting. Ryan pulls out the eye of the follower. Its counter reads 247/500. It is a golden eyeball. She explains, mostly to herself, that she needs to awaken this thing to fight the black things, which is the sort of sentence that sounds reasonable until you remember she is a reincarnated divine weapon in a dress shop. The counter ticks over to 248,500. Blinding white light erupts, and Ryan smiles like a woman who just unlocked the final tier of her build, while everyone else is still reading the tutorial. She says she was born with a Library of Eternity. It is a passive skill tree oriented toward cosmic threats. Utia appears out of nowhere holding a telescope, admitting she never understood why Ryan becoming an appraiser was part of the plan against the black things, which tells us Utia is watching everyone and understanding almost none of it. 3 weeks later, Alon's carriage arrives at the Blue Magic Tower. The building is Gothic in style. Phinia Christine greets him with no warmth. She announces she is the Vice Tower Master, a 6th Circle mage, and very busy. Alon internally panics. He knows that in the game, Phinia becomes an 8th Circle Tower Master at age 20. He calmly introduces himself as Count Palacio. Then Phinia descends into the hall in the surge of blue-white energy. Evan whispers that she is terrifying, and that is only her mana. Alon, however, walks straight through the vortex with the expression of a man who has been late to his own funeral before and did not enjoy it. In private, Phinia sizes him up and decides he's either the county mastermind or an incompetent man who got lucky, then settles on the latter with the confidence of someone who has not read the patch notes. Utia and a grey-haired man in a dark purple coat stand before a massive glowing fissure in the tower stonework. One tear runs down Utia's cheek. The timeline has deviated from what she knew. Alon's blue magic circle activates, a red energy beam erupts, and glowing red rune characters fill the frame like the universe just sent him a push notification he did not sign up for. The act ends with Utia standing alone in dark red cardinal robes under a crimson sky, looking like the patron's guardian who just realized the patron has no idea he's being guarded. Our man Alon is staring into the middle distance with the kind of exhausted expression you get after a toddler explains cryptocurrency to you. But before the sweet potato incident, Utia has cornered him in an unstable void. She whips out absolute silence, which is less a spell name and more a description of every family dinner I've ever attended, and Alon's internal monologue is basically, "Please do not turn me into a sermon." The magic circle does its whole geometric light show, and Utia capitulates with the enthusiasm of someone accepting a terms of service update she did not read. She tells him enlightenment is poison, which is rich coming from the woman who built a global shadow organization around a post-it note he once sent her. Utia's eye glows with divine light, and she finally agrees to whatever Alon demanded, though her face shows she recognizes this as proof of divinity. A magic circle flares between them, and somewhere in the universe, a relationship counselor just got a new case file. Cut to the Blue Magic Tower, where Fenia Christine is processing Alon's explanation that he only used random magic a few more times. Fenia's response is immediate and unhinged in the healthiest possible way. She swears she is incredible at keeping secrets, with the energy of someone who has never been trusted with one before. Alon looks at her like she has just offered to hide a body, and honestly, given the tower's research ethics, that might be on the table. Fenia then produces 5 homemade mana potions and casually mentions 2 of them alone are worth an entire mansion, which is the most aggressive thank you gift a Second Circle mage has ever received for doing absolutely nothing. She suggests a mana oath, and Alon's expression shows clear reluctance. But he accepts because Fenia is spiraling in a direction he cannot control. Glowing blue chains erupt from the floor and wrap around both of them, and I need you to understand, this is not a kink thing, this is legally binding silence. Fenia immediately celebrates like she just won a fan meet, and Alon realizes he has accidentally collected another person who will misinterpret his breathing patterns as divine prophecy. Alon and Evan hit the road, and Alon admits that Fenia's reaction felt weirdly similar to Kalia's, then shrugs it off because he assumes he will never see either of them again. That assumption is, of course, adorable, because this man has the social karma of a black hole, and these women have his address. Fenia waves goodbye with the cheerfulness of a cult leader, sending her messiah off to a business trip, and Alon wonders if she is making fun of him, which she absolutely is, but not in the way he thinks. Meanwhile, at the Altea ducal house, Loria is hosting Kalia, with the kind of polite tension you get when 2 women who have both been outmaneuvered by the same man try to have tea. Kalia reveals Alon sent her what she calls a coded apology letter, using the day she'd visited as a pretext, and explains that he dislikes both the aristocratic and royalist factions. Loria processes this with the expression of someone who just realized her entire political career was skewed into existence by a man who thinks faction politics are a group project he did not sign up for. Kalia sips her tea and confirms the obvious. Alon made Loria Duchess because he needs the prestige and political cover of the Altea name. Loria has her big moment, looking up with recognition, and declares that this is why he elevated her. Kalia nods along with the confidence of a woman who has also decided Alon is playing 4-dimensional chess when in reality he is just trying to avoid eye contact at parties. The 2 of them sit there agreeing like they have cracked the code, while the actual code is just a man who wanted to write a polite email and go back to bed. Alon glances back with a faint smile, completely unaware that he has just been crowned the architect of 2 duchesses and a criminal county. And frankly, he looks too tired to care. He leaves a political storm behind him without looking back, moving on without hesitation. Back at the Blue Magic Tower, the actual Tower Master has returned, and Fenia is bowing like she's been caught running a side hustle in the lab. Bianca corners her and demands an explanation, and Fenia cannot say a word because the mana oath is doing its job with terrifying efficiency. Cut to Alon by a campfire, stuffing his face with sweet potatoes, and he chokes so hard Evan has to hand him water, like this is a toddler's first solid food. We get a quick cut to Rheingroff standing in a field of crosses under a floating crescent moon, which is exactly the kind of aesthetic you would expect from a reincarnated divine weapon running an appraisal shop. Then Utia in her grand cardinal hall, surrounded by white lilies and soft light, looking serene enough to make you forget she once turned a courtyard into a crime scene over a letter. Bianca, still shaken, tells Fenia that the eyes alone revealed only appear around the sixth circle or by birth, indicating he is either a prodigy or a problem, likely both. 3 armored men stand in a courtyard with their swords glowing, prepared for an imminent threat. The caption tells us that artifacts bestowed under the name of the goddess Keonia once shone bright in this knight's hands, proving the divine power he had, which is a very fancy way of saying he used to be the teacher's pet of heaven. He asks why he was told to believe in the moon instead, and a hooded figure in white robes answers with a heretical theological reversal. Utia smiles and says the goddess is also the moon herself, which is the kind of sentence that sounds spiritual, until you remember this woman built a global shadow cult around a post-it note from a man who eats sweet potatoes. The knight bows so deeply his forehead could file taxes. A brilliant white light erupts to seal the conversion, and Utia stands there in full nun cosplay, looking like the patron's guardian, just clocked in for her shift. The narrative will return to earlier events. Tower Master Sele Mikado, an 8th circle mage, returns to the blue magic tower with visible reluctance. Fenia Chrisine greets him with visible exhaustion, having run the magic tower alone while bound by a restrictive mana oath. Bianca immediately notices Fenia is not yelling at him like usual, which for their relationship is basically a 5-alarm fire, and he asks what serious thing happened with the concern of a man whose pension is tied to this woman's sanity. Fenia is slumped over her desk, visibly drained, and Bianca laughs awkwardly about his long northern trip, while Fenia silently endures the mana oath, binding her soul. Bianca directly asks if she made an oath preventing her from explaining Alon's magic use, and Fenia's tense silence confirms it. Then Bianca drops the line that echoes through the whole tower, or should I say the origin magic, complete with a smug little "ow" afterward, because nothing says "I solved it" like a wizard who has been right for 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Alon is at his estate, destroying a stone structure with glowing blue energy and recording the results. He warps through the crater with Evan, who is eating pastries, and observing that the Count's magic sure is interesting, which is the kind of understatement you make when your boss just invented a new branch of physics by accident. Alon spends 3 days sculpting a tiny clay figure, turns on a lamp labeled of shining knowledge, and generally behaves like a man who is one hobby away from opening an Etsy shop for disaster mages. He presents a phrase array research chart to Evan and concludes that power only increases gradually, so there's no reason for his magic's firepower to spike suddenly, a sentence that is technically true and also completely wrong. Alon mutters that none of this makes sense, and the mystery of his growing power remains unresolved. His stats have increased without his authorization, and his research cannot explain the cause. Cut to the east, prayer house in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, where Utia Bludia appears in full cardinal robes with white hair in a bun. A blonde knight asks if she's been well, and Utia smiles with that red-eyed serenity that has launched 1,000 heresies. Because this is not a wellness check. This is a recruitment meeting with cosmic stakes. She tells the knight he executed the good deeds and taught her, an ignorant one, which is hilarious because Utia is a 1,000-year-old sin of wrath pretending to be a humble novice for the emotional leverage. The knight's guilt is laid bare. He fell for a moment's temptation and put his faith in the moon instead of the goddess. And he is so desperate he is willing to do anything, which matches the purpose of Utia's ministry. Utia clasps her hands in prayer, and tells him he'll figure it out once he actually does it, her red eye glowing like a router that has just connected directly to the divine server. The knight lunges forward with a glowing weapon. A golden sword strikes the ground. The conversion sequence activates, blinding light erupting. The knight bows before the hooded Utia. White light erupts. They float together in a luminous void where architecture dissolves and faith is channeled as power. Yesha looks down and asks if they shall pray together, adding that she can do that over and over again, which is either devotional tenderness or the most chilling subscription service ever offered. Utia walks into a grand cathedral hall with the newly converted knight at her side, and a congregation in white robes bows in the pews beneath her. She is not just a sister. She is the unquestioned spiritual authority of the Holy Kingdom. She raises one arm at the top of the staircase, smug as a woman who has just filed a successful rebranding campaign, and the title card drops. Utia Bludia, sister of the Holy Kingdom Rosario, the patron's guardian, now has a business card. And just to remind us who the actual protagonist is, Evan reads a banquet invite at a grey mailbox, while Alon is probably somewhere eating a sweet potato and wondering why his pen pal became a pope. The Ladan stands alone on a rooftop above Rexus, reading a letter with the kind of quiet intensity that makes a whole city nervous. He looks down at the paper and decides, out loud, that he has to start his revenge as soon as possible. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Patron's Guardian, where every letter from Alon is a loaded gun someone else pulls the trigger on. We rewind to Alon in his study, reading Utia's latest letter, while looking like a man who has emotionally checked out of noble life. She is the only one who writes back, which is both flattering and slightly alarming, since her letters read less like correspondence and more like status reports from a cult. Alon admits, mostly to himself, that he has already achieved his actual goal. The children are off the path of destruction, but he also sounds weirdly lonely, that none of the others send letters, which is the emotional equivalent of founding a fan club and complaining that only the president shows up to meetings. He tries to reach inner peace through meditation. Evan arrives approximately 4 seconds later with paperwork. Alon claims he is fine, but his voice indicates otherwise. The scene cuts away. Evan walks in with 4 intelligence reports, holding a small card with visible tension. Alon sits up abruptly, his composure broken. First report, Sailrong is on a 32-win combat streak and is now approaching the Baba Yaga title at the top of the colony. The Wolf Girl has apparently decided that the fastest way to say thank you for the care package is to become the strongest fighter in a desert wasteland. Second report, Theus personally eliminated Kurga, the barbarian chief of the snowfield. The same monster ritual god Alon had to fight in his past life. Alon is shaken because Deus accomplished alone what previously required a full raid party, extensive potions, and multiple failures. Evan calmly clarifies that Kurga was the leader of the barbarians who metamorphose into monsters through rituals, as if that makes the news less horrifying. Alon processes this with the facial expression of a man whose auto-hunt settings have produced results he did not authorize. Alon remembers battling those barbarians in the game, and having to eliminate their god, Ulchalush. The fact that Deus skipped the god and went straight for the chief is not comforting. Third report, Rhine has opened her own mystical appraisal shop, which Alon notes with the mild approval of a man who has no idea that shop is also a front for relic-based world domination. He says she is doing fine on her own, which is technically true in the same way a volcano is doing fine on its own. Fourth report, Ladan has become the captain of the first archipelago of the 7 pirate paradises of the coast of Rexus City. Alon's face goes through several stages of grief in under a second because that was not in any version of the plan he remembers writing. Alon collapses in shock and despair, clutching his head. He repeats the word pirate. The fact remains unchanged. The scene shifts to Alon's mental reconstruction of how this happened. Ladan diving into the ocean off Rexus, salvaging relics from the old sea era. Alon reasons that Ladan must have used those ancient artifacts to close the power gap and defeat the previous captain, which is a very generous way of saying his kid became a pirate warlord through underwater looting. Bianca appears in the background with visible excitement, while Alon calmly asks how Ladan eliminated a captain who should have been superhuman. Alon theorizes that Ladan only salvaged the real gems, an optimistic interpretation that avoids confronting the actual violence involved. Back in reality, Alon is lying in bed, staring at a glowing device like a man, doom-scrolling his own life. An unnamed associate asks how it feels to have a pirate son, and the silence that follows is louder than any answer could be. Establishing shots show the tropical coast and the pirate city beyond it. The 7 pirate paradises are introduced with calm framing that omits their violent reality. The narration confirms Ladan became the new captain of the first archipelago, and the panel gives us Ladan standing there, with the relaxed confidence of a man who has already killed his way to middle management. He does not even look surprised, which is arguably the scariest part. Bianca lounges on a rooftop like a retired villain enjoying the weather, while Ladan asks what the Great Moon is, admitting he never cared enough to learn. This is the spiritual equivalent of joining a company and not reading the employee handbook, until after you have already taken over a department. Ladan reads Alon's letter in a dim stone chamber, lying back with the paper held above him. The letter contains mundane inquiries, but Ladan interprets it with reverence as a divine command. The act pivots hard into backstory. A flashback shows Utia as a child in a white hall, surrounded by her people, before she is thrown backward through a luminous void. The tone shifts from accidental comedy to generational trauma so fast you can hear the genre whiplash. Hunters tracked down Yuchi's people and dragged her away, and the panel does not flinch from showing how small she was when it happened. She reaches out in terror while a man pulls her back from the carnage, and her voiceover lands with the weight of a backstory that explains far too much about the adult she becomes. The same flashback block gives us Layden's origin tragedy. As a child, he watched hunters slaughter his parents and sell him into slavery. The visual rhymes between Utia and Ladan are not accidental. The series wants you to understand that the Patron's guardian rescued kids who had already been broken by the same world. Back in the present, Ladan stands on a grassy cliff and resolves to pursue revenge while making it look like he is following Alon's treasure hunter order. This is the single most polite act of open rebellion in the series so far, and it is also the most terrifying, because he genuinely believes he is obeying. Fireworks explode over a pirate ship, while Ladan studies wanted posters with the focused gaze of a man updating his to-do list. The celebration is happening because he won, but the look on his face says the real work starts now. The pirate paradise is shown in full celebration, lanterns, barrels of drink, and a man smoking a cigar while explaining that only the chosen great pirate can receive the heavenly king's protection. This establishes the faction's dual nature of festivity and rigid hierarchy, which will carry future consequences. Underwater, a scaled hand grips a glowing blue crystal, and Ladan's merman heritage finally gets its visual due. He reaches toward a sphere of light and water, surrounded by mirrored figures, and the scene confirms that his power is not just pirate politics, it is something older and far less human. A ritual scene shows robed figures kneeling in crimson energy, followed by wanted posters fluttering through fireworks. The simultaneous celebration and cult imagery establish that Ladan's pirate kingdom operates through both public festivity and inherited blood rights. The chapter closes on Ladan's burning rage, those damned hunters, as he stares toward the word 7 in a swirling purple void. His target is the 7 archipelago captains who perform the sea godkin ritual using his parents' bodies. And the act ends on the realization that the Patron's guardian just acquired a vengeance arc he absolutely did not sign up for. A cloaked figure stands on a grassy cliff above Rexus, fireworks popping behind a rival's ship like the universe is celebrating a murder he hasn't committed yet. This is the Patron's guardian in its purest form. A man who sent a birthday card, and the recipient just realized it was a tactical nuke. We rewind to Ladan holding the goggles of Amrita Alon mailed him, a relic that sounds like a prog rock album and functions like a divine metal detector. He stares at it the way a man stares at a gift receipt he definitely did not ask for. Ladan dives into the deep ocean off Rexus, long white hair trailing behind him. The pendant flares, and underwater geometry lights up around him. The relic locator activates a magic circle. The gift's true function hits him. It identifies and locates ancient sea-era relics with the ease of a gyps that also hates your enemies. Ladan now has a treasure map to every sunken power source in the archipelago, which is the kind of care package that destabilizes governments. Back on the cliff, Ladan watches the rival ship and understands the full invoice. Alon didn't just hand him a target, he handed him the exact power needed to kill that target. This is not sponsorship. This is a man ordering a pizza and the delivery driver receiving a tank. He says it out loud. The great moon not only pushed his revenge in front of him, but bestowed the power to carry it out. Ladan has now fully accepted Alon as his personal deity, and Alon is elsewhere, unaware of this development. Ladan stands golden, gauntlet, and shirtless in the moonlight, looking like a pirate king who just read the employee handbook and discovered he's actually the CEO. Utia watches from a ledge above with the smug, red-eyed satisfaction of a woman whose cult recruitment metrics are trending upward. Meanwhile, Alon is riding south in a noble convoy, unaware of the gratitude Ladan has directed toward him. Bianca lounges nearby, invested in pirate politics, while Alon endures the trip with visible reluctance. At a rest stop that night, Counts Krilda and Edelin decide to perform a diss track about how Alon is a lucky fool with no real underworld power. They are smiling the smile of men who have no idea the underworld is currently being reorganized around the potato eater they're insulting. Alon internally compares them to internet haters and wishes he could capture their nonsense as a PDF, which is the most corporate slave response to aristocratic bullying ever recorded. He has been demoted from mastermind to lucky man-child in their minds, and he is fine with it. Evan arrives with roasted corn. Alon and Evan sit against a stone wall, eating while the counts continue their denunciation, which Alon now registers as background noise he can disregard. Alon notes that these guys are starting to cross the line, but his mouth is full of corn, so the threat level is ambiguous. This is peak Patron's guardian energy. World-shaking forces align around him, and he's prioritizing carbohydrates. We cut north to a frozen battlefield where a Caliburn knight has just tricked barbarian chief Cult Khan's warriors into an ambush disguised as honorable combat. For a culture that treats death in battle as the highest honor, this is roughly the emotional equivalent of a participation trophy made of betrayal. The barbarians realize too late that chivalry has been cancelled for tonight's episode. A white-haired figure watches the carnage and observes that if everything had been intended, then someone planned this massacre like a wedding planner with a very specific theme. A young man bows over a glowing pocket watch under a starry sky, and another silver-haired figure holds a golden chain close to his face to read it. The Northern Front operates on coordinated cult timing. Back with Alon's convoy, 2 detained men are questioned beside the road, while Alon eats a sweet potato with the expressionless serenity of a man who has already decided this is not his problem. The fundamental quality of gamers, he thinks, is the ability to ignore side quests. Evan sits by the campfire looking like a bodyguard who has accepted that his employer's main combat skill is emotional detachment. Alon complains that some foolish brat only brought a thug knight with him, and Evan offers to debone the sweet potato because that is the support class we have. 2 unnamed conspirators with glowing yellow eyes agree to move their plan into the underworld, which is the kind of sentence that sounds ominous until you remember the underworld is currently Alon's fan club. They are not moving into the shadows. They are moving into someone else's group chat. Night falls, and goblin variant crystal monsters ambush the convoy in overwhelming numbers. Red eyes blink in the darkness, and the soldiers cannot see in the dark. A knight shouts for mages to secure vision first. They cannot see and need to survive. The monsters press in, and the front line collapses under the pressure. A golden energy sphere erupts from somewhere in the convoy, and a long-haired figure raises a thin sword against the dark sky. The panel withholds the caster's identity, signaling a hidden combatant has revealed their power. Orc-like monsters with purple crystals and red eyes loom over fallen soldiers, and the swarm keeps coming. They attack in continuous waves. The convoy realizes this is not a random encounter. This is an organized assault with a commander. A massive blue-skinned monster collapses, but another soldier goes down beside it. The exchange costs more than it gains. One knight gasps that there are too many of them, and the panel shows about 40 more red eyes in the background. More monsters charge, and a blue-haired woman with a staff realizes this means something worse than a simple ambush. The purple crystals on these creatures are not decoration. They are a weather report, and the forecast is outer god. A green monster roars, a grey one gets struck by something fast, and armored figures wheel from impacts they did not see coming. The fight devolves into pure reaction. Everyone responds to the next explosion as it hits. Then a jagged purple slash cuts through the battlefield, and we get the close-up. One glowing violet eye, dark knight armor, and the absolute certainty that Deus Makalian has arrived. The sin of sloth is clocking in for overtime, and he does not look tired. Deus whips puppet string energy across the night line. 3 bodies fly, 2 more crash through the chapel wall. Purple afterimages trail the strikes. A blue monster gets sliced in half. Another takes a punch and staggers. The long-haired man with the wand casts 3rd circle rock wall plus 2nd circle shield. The barrier shatters. The monsters press through. Alon finally activates his bracelet artifact and says the words enhancement, compression, return to the origins. That is either a spell incantation or the name of a very aggressive skincare routine, and the result is a purple-white blast that sweeps the monster swarm like a broom through dust. The energy orb streaks across the dark landscape. Monsters die in clusters. A cloaked man watches with his guards. A lobed bracelet activates. Area effect energy sweeps the field. The swarm falls. Utia reacts in shock from somewhere off-field, her red eye wide because she just felt the great moon flex through whatever cult sense these people share. A clenched fist erupts with purple energy, and black crystalline rocks shatter under the aftershock. Alon's eyes glow white. He reaches forward and triggers, return to the origins again. The blast tears through the remaining monsters. He observed the technique's output, registering its scope. The battlefield holds shredded monsters and standing soldiers. A man in a dark cloak receives a massive white slash across the frame. The survivors witness it. They reassess the rumors about Count Palacio. Alon stands amid the carnage, looking exhausted but technically alive, while 2 older observers on a balcony realize their political calculus just got rewritten. He reaches forward one more time, and the last orcs discover that the fight is over, and they lost the raffle. Sword strikes and shield bashes continue. A hooded figure, green monsters, and multiple knights clash in a group fight. The knights and the hooded figure survive. The green monsters fall. A blonde warrior cuts through green monsters with white energy. Alon reaches out and unleashes another burst. Muscular enemies fly backward. The bracelet remains warm. Alon's mana hole shows strain. A grey monster takes a purple blast to the face. Energy slashes cross in midair. The last visible threats dissolve. The convoy has survived. Alon exhausted his magic against the ambush. A man in glasses and a dark cloak gets struck by the final slash, and Utia appears in purple armor to deliver one last violent punctuation mark. The battlefield is now a resume entry for everyone involved, and the Blue Moon's reputation just got another unsolicited 5-star review. Wide shot of the wasteland, fallen monsters, standing knights, and the quiet realization that this was not supposed to happen. A massive green monster stands dominant over smaller defeated figures, while in a completely different scene some nobles at a ball are still gossiping, because the rich do not pause for apocalypses. Alon stands between 2 colossal stone statues. A glowing green energy orb manifests near a fallen figure's chest. The surviving soldiers register it. The situation shifts from concluded to uncertain. Alon is sweating now, heartbeat onomatopoeia doing the talking for him, and he pants while clutching his pendant like it's the only receipt he has for what just happened. Evan is nearby, probably wondering if he should bring more corn or start evacuating. He gets trapped inside a large, glowing purple crystal, which is one way to process trauma, and a text box asks the question on everyone's mind, why did divine descent just occur? The crystal is very pretty and very concerning, like a Tiffany lamp announcing the end times. Utia appears, white silver hair and a high ponytail. Blue aura surrounds her. She explains that divine descent is a bizarre trait that appears when an outer god is about to descend. She speaks calmly. She has encountered this before. Two young men stand in the battlefield as text explains the real problem. Outer gods should only appear after the 5 deadly sins descend and the laws of the world collapse. A winged hooded figure with one giant eye floats before a crimson magic circle, looking like a god that did not RSVP. Silhouettes gather in a purple-crimson void, and the manna burns in the flashback that illustrates what happens when the sins fully awaken. The apocalypse is not theoretical anymore. It is a burning house in the background of Alon's vacation itinerary. Alon broods with his hand on his forehead, asking what exactly the problem is. The problem encompasses the current situation. He walks forward with Evan and 2 attendants. The mission has shifted from travel to existential threat response. They finally arrive at the Grand Ball Academy estate, a sprawling castle and the golden light that looks expensive and exhausting. Alon mutters that he wants to go home and sleep, which is the most relatable thing a noble has said in this entire arc. We circle back to that lone white-haired figure on the wall under fireworks, and the young man with glowing white eyes looking up in awe. The patron's guardian is not a single person. It is a network of believers who keep receiving care packages they interpret as commandments, and none of them are wrong enough to stop. Alon Palacio stands in the middle of the grand ball like a man who got invited to a wedding he definitely did not respect for, and the entire room has decided he planned the assassination. The ceiling holds chandeliers. Nobles cluster in groups. In this gold-plated hall, the protagonist learns his reputation has spread across 3 countries he has never visited. Bianca is here laughing openly, which confirms that Kalia's pet wizard has brought his full formal presence to the party. Alon tries his patented social strategy of standing near people without making eye contact, and the moment a noble turns toward him, the poor man looks like he just made eye contact with a boss whose cutscene you cannot skip. 2 unnamed noblemen arrive with a large cured ham and a chest of gold, offering them a sponsorship to Alon. Alon responds with the emotional range of a vending machine and a second circle magic display that makes both bribers drop to their knees like they just realized the interview was not, in fact, casual. The witnesses analyze what they saw. The consensus is second circle magic. The nobles who were struck collapse to the floor. And then the room whispers the line that will follow Alon for the rest of his political career, the cold and cruel true nature of Palacio. Which is hilarious because the coldest thing about this man is his sweet potato. The 2 bribers are now fully prostrate, faces to the floor, while Alon stands over them with visible confusion and patience, having not asked for this authority. Alon briefly considers explaining that he is not, in fact, a political mastermind, but decides that correcting the rumor would require effort he does not possess and social skills he has already demonstrated he does not have. He pivots to the buffet, because if the world is going to misread you as a villain, you might as well do it with a tart in your hand. And the egg tart is apparently good enough to justify the entire social outing. Alon continues eating without urgency. The political tension around him does not interrupt his meal. The nobles nearby watch each chew with suspicion. The narration establishes the faction divide. 2 mastermind families do not get along. The Zenonia Red Crest and the Altia Blue Mountain Crest are rival powers, and Alon has somehow been assigned to a team he did not apply for. He overhears someone call him the head of a faction. Alon freezes. He has never led any organization or group. Panic sets in as Alon realizes people are actually taking the faction rumor seriously, which is the natural consequence of being too lazy to deny something you assumed would die in group chat. Loria Altia shows up looking like the final girl of a ducal massacre and calmly identifies Kalia as the daughter of Zenonia, which is the kind of casual intel drop that rearranges the entire room's threat assessment. Kalia makes her garden entrance with the confidence of a woman who has already murdered her father and is now just shopping for the next political accessory. A purple-haired foreign noble in a red coat introduces himself to Alon with obvious self-importance, already positioning himself as dominant in the conversation. Alon looks this man up and down and delivers the line of the evening, "Wow, these days even twisted donuts can talk," which is the most devastating thing you can say to someone whose entire personality is their hair. The purple-haired noble tries to recover by flirting with Kalia, who is having absolutely none of it, and the scene becomes a live demonstration of what happens when a donut tries to romance a viper. Kalia's reaction is the exact moment the donut realizes he has misread the room, the woman, and possibly his own reflection. And the panel gives us the visual equivalent of a career-ending error message. The noble storms off. He marks Alon as his next target, having lost to a woman and now choosing to confront the nearest bystander who was eating. Before the donut can fully commit to his mistake, Bianca materializes with the quiet menace of a butler who has already filed the paperwork for your social destruction. Duke Liger and Marquis Daniel are formally introduced, the aristocratic faction leader and the royalist, and both of them are now watching Alon with uncertain strategic interest. Bianca publicly asks the purple-haired noble if there is a reason he is calling a noble's name so disrespectfully, and the man folds so fast you could use him as a napkin. He flees the hall screaming about his discourtesy. Military officers watch in the background. The donut falls to the floor, forgotten. Duke Liger and Marquis Daniel approach Alon directly, and the conversation immediately becomes a political chess match where Alon does not know he is holding the queen. Mardanio probes about Alon's magic research and dangles a pretty good artifact in front of him, and Alon considers correcting the whole faction misunderstanding before deciding that silence has snacks and explanations do not. Alon could not beat the temptation and kept his silence, which is how you accidentally become the head of a political faction in a kingdom you were just trying to survive in. Post-ball, two unknown schemers debrief in a quiet room, and the line that lands is the realization that presenting a gift to the head of the faction means they have now locked Alon into a game he never agreed to play. Thankfully, he accepted the gift, they say, which is the political version of thank goodness. The bomb we handed him did not explode in our faces yet. The chapter closes with a woman in black mourning attire, lifting her veil to reveal a slight smile, and the patron's guardian just acquired a new subscriber who is absolutely not here for the open bar. Loria Altia wears her mourning veil while conducting political business, meeting an informant who reports that Duke Altia personally appeared to handpick nobles with a bribe and a rite of passage. The Altia family has begun political recruitment, and Loria records this intelligence. Alon has decided to exploit the false rumor that he heads a shadow faction, treating it as a resource to cultivate. His internal monologue concludes with, "I must seize this opportunity," framing the misunderstanding as advantageous. And then the title card hits in Korean, "I became a patron of villains." Loria smiles like she knows something the kingdom doesn't, and honestly, at this point, she probably does. Alon is speed-running the banquet circuit, collecting gifts under false pretenses. Because if everyone insists you are a mastermind, you might as well get a mansion's worth of free wine and jewelry out of it. He calls it a hit and run. The kingdom calls it diplomacy. Evan watches this with the patient expression of a man who has seen his employer turn social anxiety into a Ponzi scheme before. Alon announces they are stopping by somewhere on the way home, and Evan's face says he already knows this will not be a normal errand. Alon announces they are traveling north to Caliban, and Evan asks if he is planning to go north. Alon says he will explain on the way, indicating he has not yet formulated a complete explanation. Cut to Alon, slumped on the sofa having an existential migraine, because a winged, one-eyed outer god entity just informed him that divine descent is basically a cosmic gotcha pool. You cannot predict which god descends or when. Alon has seen hundreds of apocalypse timelines from his gaming days, and he is now trying to no-hit run all of them simultaneously. He covers his face like a man who just realized the game he played for years was actually a survival horror tutorial. The banquet gifts are still in the carriage, but Alon's mood has left the party entirely. The visuals flash through burning cities and collapsing kingdoms because the game true ending montage is not subtle about what happens if the sends roll out. Alon knows the patch notes by heart, and every single one ends with the allied kingdoms will crumble and collapse. Alon seals a letter with his purple wax stamp and writes, "I can't guarantee anything, but I have to try anyway. This is the only way." The statement is both a genuine commitment and an acknowledgement of uncertainty. That letter reaches Deus Macalian, who reacts with the sudden realization of a man who just got a quest marker from the one non-player character he did not expect to mail him. The sin of sloth has been auto-hired, and he does not know it yet. Alon arrives in a sunny Caliban town square and finds young Deus doing the golden sparkle protagonist pose in a blue vest. Internally, Alon notes that no matter how much this world diverges from the game, Deus will eventually become famous and strong, because main character privileges do not expire. Deus appears cheerful and confident, visibly stronger than when Alon last saw him. Spectral silhouettes manifest behind him, suggesting future versions or potential power. Hero panel. Alon walks up to Deus and dumps the entire banquet gift hall at his feet. Deus looks like someone just told him his Uber Eats order was free and also included the restaurant. Deus offers Alon a small pouch, and Alon responds by giving him magical vials and numerous wrapped boxes. Evan proceeds to open the case, treating the exchange as routine for this household. Alon tells him, "It's all yours," and Deus studies the pile with uncertainty, unsure of Alon's motive. He asks why Alon is suddenly giving him everything. Alon is investing in Deus's future, expecting the investment to yield returns as Deus grows stronger. A muscular aide steps in and announces that this is the name of the patron Deus should be grateful to when he succeeds. Alon has just been formally declared Deus's patron in public, and his internal reaction is mostly, "I must have won him over, right?" Which is not how sponsorship contracts work, but it is how this story works. Deus departs joyfully, waving like a kid who just got sent to Hero Summer Camp with full funding. Alon watches him go with the serene expression of a man who's just outsourced the apocalypse to someone more qualified. Back in private, Alon sits across from Evan and delivers the line that defines the entire act. "In case you didn't know, I've set the protagonist on auto hunt. Long live pay to win." It is the most honest thing he has ever said about his strategy, and also the most cursed. Evan's painted portrait is displayed, establishing his long-standing service and accumulated experience. Alon states that Deus will become famous and strong regardless of his ordinary clothing, as external appearance does not determine capability or destiny. Alon shrugs and says, "The stronger he is, the better," while the panel shows a silver-haired figure introducing young Deus and a red-haired girl in a sunlit yard. That red-haired girl is silly, and the reunion is already loading in the background, while Alon is still optimizing his build spreadsheet. Deus, now alone in a carriage, is suddenly hit by the emotional weight of what just happened. His shadow self looms with glowing violet eyes as he whispers, "She'll meet me, right? I never even visited the orphanage because I was scared." The patron's guardian just realized his own sister is the real quest reward, and the carriage stops on an autumn road like the universe is giving him a moment to panic. The boy who was once a slave has become a knight, and he chooses gratitude over power. Deus Macalian steps forward beside Alon Palacio, violet eyes blazing, and asks the knights the only question that matters: "Lay a hand upon my benefactor." The purple energy around him answers before they do. We circle back. Alon is leaving with Loria, Altia, and Deus, officially traveling to prepare for the war against the outer gods, which is a fancy way of saying road trip with the kid I accidentally sponsored into godhood. Deus waves goodbye like a child sent to Hero Summer Camp, and the carriage rolls out while Alon still thinks he is the one in charge of this relationship. Alon arrives at Caliban as Count, visibly tired and displeased. Evan reports that several unexpected knights have arrived by lavish carriage with hostile intent. The courtyard is already tense as Alon enters. A smug knight named Von arrives at the northern gate with the confidence of a man who has already written his own victory cutscene. He is Rain, direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola, the fourth sword, and he rolls in with his own crew, their energy immediately broadcasting, "We are about to ruin someone's afternoon." Von starts spinning a story about a debt his friend Carmine claims is owed, which definitely never happened, and his knights fan out like they have been practicing this intimidation formation. Alon stands there with the blank patience of a man who is already mentally checked out of this conversation. Then Von drops the demand, hand over everything in the carriage, or face the consequences. Swords come out. Von's crew surrounds Alon with the enthusiasm of a raid party that thinks the boss is underleveled. Alon, meanwhile, is internally calculating that this disciple of a master knight has nothing he wants and even less that he fears. His fist crackles with reverse heaven lightning, and the tutorial boss just realized he picked the wrong save file. Alon and Evan are surrounded. The knights close in with weapons drawn. Evan stands ready in a defensive stance, prepared to protect Alon. Von surveys the scene and sees no risk. This is the favor Carmine asked him to fulfill. Von continues speaking about his gains. Alon's fist charges with white lightning, and the air around him distorts. Von swings forward with a manic grin, charging at Alon. The fight begins now, with Von clearly outmatched. Energy erupts. A knight gets grabbed by the throat. Bodies start hitting the dirt in rapid succession. Deus is not even visible yet, but the battlefield already belongs to him. Alon stands in the middle of it all, caught off guard by the turn of events. A knight chokes out "woohoo," which is the correct response when the difficulty spike walks in wearing dark armor. Deus Makalian has arrived, and he is not asking questions. He punches one knight so hard the man's ancestors feel it, then turns to the group with the calm authority of someone who has already decided the fight is over. Von gasps in pain and outrage, suspended midair by Deus's grip on his neck, clutching his sword hilt in desperation. Deus stands beside Alon and repeats the line that now defines this entire arc. "Lay a hand upon my benefactor." The purple aura around him makes the question rhetorical. The knights freeze, their survival instincts finally overriding their orders. Deus moves. The sound effect is the only warning the knights get before they start flying backward like they are in a twice-concert mosh pit. Von is launched into the dirt with the kind of impact that usually requires a content warning. Alon does not even flinch. He has seen enough patch notes to know when a character has been buffed beyond recognition. Deus is not fighting, he is punishing. He slams Von face first into the ground, grabs him by the hair, and the purple energy does the rest. Von panics and screams as Deus continues to land kick after kick without mercy. The sin of sloth is fully unleashed, and his patron Alon stands right there watching. Close up, on Deus's violet eye, that is not a knight looking back at you. That is a weapon that has decided it likes its owner. The remaining knights react with the exact expression you make when the boss's second phase starts and you are already out of healing items. Deus unloads. A purple crown symbol flashes, a knight gets punched into another dimension, and blood splatters across the frame like the art team got carried away. Alon watches, blood spattered, and says the most understated thing in the episode, the present-day Deus. Yes, Alon. This is what happens when you give a main character unlimited funding and emotional attachment. The fight keeps going because Deus is not done proving his dominance. He slams another attacker into the ground, kicks a third, and the wasteland becomes littered with bodies. Alon turns to Evan and states calmly that Deus strikes quite well. Evan stares back in shock, processing that they have just survived an attack by the sin of sloth. Deus's inner monologue drops in a golden void. He calls "lay a hand upon my benefactor" an exceedingly subjective perspective, which is the most philosophy-major way to justify a massacre. His thought bubble shows Alon as a small black cat eating peacefully in a field. And honestly, that is the most accurate visual summary of Alon's entire character. Alon watches the carnage and sighs. That rascal, honestly. Deus, blood-stained fist and all, narrates that Alon has matured into an exceptionally upright young man, which is hilarious because Alon is currently standing in a crime scene he did not plan. Evan throws an arm around Alon's shoulder and announces, "This father is proud," while Deus lunges and Von screams. The family dynamic is weird, but it works. The battlefield goes quiet. Mon is slumped against a tree, barely able to move after Deus's relentless assault. Alon steps over the carnage and asks, with genuine curiosity, "Is this not a bit excessive?" Deus walks calmly through the blood-soaked field, and the full group shot lands the massive knight, the confused count, the proud bodyguard, and one very silent guard. Von crouches in defeat before Deus, and the surviving knights stare in disbelief and fear at what they have witnessed. Deus smirks back at them, unbothered, untouched, dominant. The patron's guardian is not a title Alon asked for, but it is the one that just kept him alive. Alon Palacio, the man whose entire battle plan is usually eat sweet potato, hope for the best. Just duel the god, stabbed him through the heart, and the god is still smiling. The northern battlefield, Caliban soldiers charge into undead. Pania, the blue tower mage, shatters corpses by the dozen with ice shards. The dead keep coming. So Alon walks into the firestorm alone and formally challenges the outer god Altus to the sacred duel of Babylonia, because when you are outclassed by every metric, the only sane play is to make the fight turn-based. Altus, blue-skinned and absolutely delighted, accepts like a kid who just got invited to laser tag. He calls it joyful sport and agrees under the Great Pact, which is the most ominous yes in the kingdom. The Babylonian rune pact slams shut. The undead freeze mid-lurch, soldiers pull back, and Veus, with his violet eyes and black plate armor, holds the perimeter, while Alon steps into the arena with the confidence of a man who has definitely not thought this through. The Northern War resumes in the middle of an ongoing disaster. Delman, Third Sword of Caliban and captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order, is standing on a corpse pile, doing victory laps like the boss health bar isn't about to walk back onto screen. His knights are cheering. The barbarian chief Korkan is supposedly dead, and the whole tableau has the energy of a tutorial boss who just read his own wiki page. Then Deus Makalian, violet-eyed and armored, calmly reports that Polkan's corpse has vanished from the battlefield. Meanwhile, on a cliffside, Kalia is revealed puppeting soldiers with translucent threads, like this is her personal stage production of What If String Theory Was Evil. A possessed warrior, the body of Clank now hosting a hostile entity, confronts Delman and challenges him with a distorted, crackling voice. The demand is simple and deeply unhinged. Duel me. Delman, being a sensible man with no survival instincts, refuses and orders his knights to swarm the stranger instead. That is when the outer god's aura drops, and the Caliban knights start screaming, "It hurts, kill me," in unison, which is never the morale meter you want to see on your side. Solong arrives. Golden Wolfier's golden mane, golden flash aura. One swing obliterates the landscape. Stone shatters. Earth cracks. The battlefield splits open. Surong stands untouched. Delman gets his chest ripped open and collapses in agony, which is what happens when you tank a plot boss with side quest confidence. Utia watches all of this with a sinister smile that says she has already written the after-action report in her head, and it is mostly red ink. Cut to the Caliban capital where Deus, now called the Swordless, arrives and immediately kneels to Count Palacio. Onlookers lose their minds. For the Swordless to bow his head, one knight whispers, "Just who is Count Palacio?" The answer, sir, is a man currently praying nobody asks him that directly. Alon and Deus enter an estate meeting. Both are guarded, each suspecting the other is testing or examining them. The silence stretches. Alon grows anxious and uncertain. Deus waits, interpreting the pause as a test of faith. Alon's internal monologue even drops into chibi form to ask if maybe he is being shameless, which is adorable and also completely missing the point that Deus would build him a cathedral for the ask. Finally, Alon lays it out. He has two requests, and the first one is that he needs to travel north, because the plot is not going to wait for his anxiety to clear customs. Then he adds with the kind of ominous pause that makes the background turn red and a silver chain float across the panel, that the second request is the difficult one. Deus listens, agrees, and Alon's brain immediately short-circuits into relief. Ah, I see. Lucky. Yes, Alon. Very lucky. The god-killing knight just said yes. What could possibly be difficult about request number 2? Hero shot. Deus Macalian, the walking overreaction, struts back into Alon's life with a red velvet box and the kind of smile that says, I may have committed treason before lunch. We back up to Alon arriving at the Caliban estate, where a purple-haired noble greets him with no apparent knowledge of the events to come. Alon walks in with his best, please do not perceive me face, while the Caliban staff whisper that they've never seen their lord make that expression before, which is never the review you want as a houseguest. Then Alon makes his pitch. He needs to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from the royal treasury, and yes, he knows it's an unreasonable request that will put him in debt to the royal family, but it is essential for the plan. Evan arrives right on cue, hauling a mountain of wrapped gifts, continuing the family's practice of using material offerings to secure alliances. By ankle, Kalia's butler wizard in the pinstripe suit and monocle presents a jewelry box containing a necklace. The purple-haired noble politely declines to open gifts in company, and the panel slaps gift barrage failure across the screen like a rejected quest objective. Deus, who has been standing there with the patience of a loaded weapon, locks eyes with Alon and agrees to retrieve the ring immediately. No paperwork, no committee. Just, yes sir, I will commit light treason for you. Evan's brain visibly blue screens because his employer just asked for a national relic, and the scariest knight in the country said, very serious. Like that was a normal response. Deus promises to retrieve it as quickly as possible, and Alon suspects the man intends to acquire the ring regardless of legal or diplomatic consequences. The family reunion begins when Siley, Deus's younger sister in the pink dress, comes running down the hall calling for her brother, and Evan greets her with unexpected warmth. Alon quietly notes that Siley looks just like Deus, which is the kind of observation that lands softly until you remember Deus currently has the emotional range of a loaded siege weapon. The moment Evan tries to say hello to Siley, Deus steps in with glowing purple eyes and tells him, silence, mister, don't talk to her, which is peak overprotective sibling energy from a man who once killed a barbarian god before breakfast. Alon watches this chaos and internally concludes that Deus is probably not going to help him with anything at this point, then immediately hugs the guy anyway, because family trauma recognizes family trauma. Alon deflects Deus's thanks with, I just did what I had to, but receiving genuine gratitude affects him deeply. After the losses of the past week, this moment of recognition matters to him. Time skip, cathedral shot, and Deus returns holding the red velvet box like he just picked up dry cleaning instead of a royal treasury artifact. Alon stares at the Ring of the Mad One and stammers that it's only been a day because normal people cannot process national heists that happen on a same-day delivery schedule. The explanation arrives the second prince was nitpicking Deus, so Deus slapped him repeatedly until the royal family stopped asking questions, which is technically not how borrowing works, but it is extremely efficient. Cut to the Northern War camp, where a knight screams with a hole in his chest and something with glowing white eyes watches from the shadows. Utia shows up blood-splattered and furious because nothing says Holy Cardinal having a normal one like a face full of someone else's blood and a rage aura that darkens the sky. Inside the command tent, Caliburn officers panic around a map table. The first sword has fallen, so they have no winning chance, and the whole room has the energy of a raid party whose main tank just lobbed off. News drops that the second sword, Shiran, has been severely wounded at the western base, and Utia's distress is visible even from across the panel, because the Sens are not just powerful, they are emotionally tethered to this war in ways Alon did not budget for. A silver-haired knight looks out and says he can already see the enemy from here now, and what he sees is a chilling landscape of mana that makes retreat look like the best option. The battlefield is visible only to those who have reached that realm and opened their eyes to it. The knights present, lack this perception and cannot engage what they cannot perceive. And where is Alon during all of this? At the northern front, with his signature poker face, roasting sweet potatoes over a brazier while muttering incantations, because even apocalyptic warfare cannot interrupt this man's snack schedule. Deus notices the smoke, asks where Alon got the sweet potatoes from, and immediately gets pulled into a confrontation with a blue-haired woman investigator who is shouting that all he can do now is watch over someone. The blue-haired woman freezes when she realizes who she's yelling at. Alon watches thoughtfully with sweet potatoes still in hand, and the chapter closes with Deus posing like a man who absolutely did not just commit multiple felonies to get here. The Babylonian rune pact ignites, the undead freeze mid-lurch like someone hit pause on the apocalypse, and Alon Palacio has just successfully rules-lawyered a god into turn-based combat. The battlefield was already in collapse before Alon invoked the ancient bylords. Caliban's soldiers charge into masses of undead. Utia flash freezes corpses by the score. The dead continue to rise regardless. Enter Altus, blue-skinned, white-haired, absolutely delighted to be here and giving off the energy of a raid boss who just found out the raid has snacks. So Alon steps into the firestorm alone and formally requests a duel of Babylonia. Because when you are outclassed in every stat category, the only sane play is to trap the deity in game mechanics. Altus, grinning like a man who just won tickets, accepts under the Grand Pact. The pact slams shut. Soldiers pull back. Deus Macalian, violet eyes blazing under black plate armor, holds the perimeter with the calm of a man who has already decided this is his deity now. Alon opens with the most absurd opening move in duel history. He takes Altus's first hit on purpose, because his reincarnation pendant has a no-thank-you clause for lethal damage, then flashes a peace sign while holding a sweet potato. This man is dueling a god and snacking. Deus cuts through the outer ring with purple energy slashes, buying space while Alon prepares the main attack. The perimeter holds through sustained fire and one night stand. Altus lands a heart-piercing beam straight through Alon, who should absolutely be dead. The blue-haired mage, Pania, watches in horror. Alon, meanwhile, is running on respawn mechanics and poor impulse control. Now the corporate slave brain activates. Alon chugs the pre-arranged healing potion because this was all part of the speedrun route and begins stacking self-imposed restrictions like they were loyalty rewards. First constraint, snowy terrain. Second, verge of death. Third, fighting a god. Fourth, fighting Altus specifically. In any reasonable system, these are debuffs. In Alon's build, they apparently stack multiplicatively. Panea hands Alon the Potion of Excellence and the Remethian Painkiller. Alon accepts both and prepares to use them. Alon channels, reverse heaven through all four restrictions. The lightning spear detonates. The blast punches clean through Altus's chest. Altus stands there with a hole where his heart used to be, arms wide, grinning like the show just got better. Alon's narrowed, blood-stained eyes say everything his mouth won't. The trump card bounced, and now it's the god's turn. Our man Alon raises his hand like he's hailing a very aggressive taxi, and the entire battlefield holds its breath, because that gesture just cost him 4 stacked, self-imposed restrictions and most of his common sense. Altus, the blue-skinned outer god who looks like he skipped leg day, but definitely did not skip cosmic horror day, is grinning like a man who just realized the duel has a snacks clause. Alon's internal monologue drops the real strategy. He deliberately dragged Altus into the duel of Babylonia because the only way to survive a being that outclasses you in every stat is to trap him in ancient bylaws like a Hoa violation. He drinks the healing potion, grips the red gemstone pendant, and acknowledges that he barely survived the first hit. The hit was severe enough that his survival depended on his recovery items and respawn mechanics functioning. Then, he holds up his hand, and the air around him goes full cosmic receipt printer, because the first restriction is about to print, and nobody, not even Alon, knows if the return policy covers fought a god. clawed hands rise. Ghostly fingers frame a single glowing eye. A silver-haired bystander is seized by a descending celestial hand. Alon announces the restriction is complete, and the narration helpfully reminds us that back in the game, Altus would just take the first attack, which is exactly the kind of foreknowledge that turns a corporate slave into a very nervous god beta. Altus floats there looking like a gym bro who discovered enlightenment, and calmly notes that enhancement took some time off the limit instead of spending a turn, which is the most polite way to say you just nerfed your own clock. Alon smiles like a man who has definitely read the patch notes, declares first restriction, and a massive glowing blue eye opens in the void, because nothing says, I know what I'm doing, like summoning a cosmic iris that probably judges your search history. The second, third, and fourth restrictions stack: snowy terrain, verge of death, fighting a god, fighting Altus specifically. Alon's expression shows he recognizes these conditions compound his power. The word focus appears in the void, lightning crackles from his fingertip, and Alon releases reverse heaven through all four constraints, his signature lightning spear now carrying the emotional weight of every bad decision that led him here. The blast detonates. White lightning tears across the wasteland. For one moment, it appears Alon has destroyed Altus with a single strike. Altus manifests the word death above his head, takes the spear straight through the chest, and then just stands there charging more energy, which is the boss equivalent of that tickled. The explosion continues, erupting pink light, purple lightning debris everywhere, and Alon keeps pouring mana into the attack, unable to stop or control the output. The blast detonates, and Altus, long-haired, dark-robed, completely unfazed, sends his own purple lightning back across the wasteland. Because when your opponent is a god, even his damage animations come with a counterattack clause. Altus grins through the blast with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, looking less like a man who was stabbed and more like a man who just got exactly what he ordered. The final explosion whites out the panel, and when the light clears, Altus is still standing with a hole where his heart used to be, arms wide, triumphant, the ultimate "know you" in divine combat. Alon's internal assessment surfaces in fragmented text. It's a success if he's gone within the first hit. His expression confirms the success condition has not been met, the bracelet is empty, and defeat is now the likely outcome. Altus stands in the golden afterglow with a dark void opening in his chest, still smiling, still upright, still very much on the board, and the battlefield goes quiet enough to hear Alon's anxiety spike. Then Altus, hole in chest and all, looks at Alon and says the three most condescending words in the duel so far: "You're strong." A final impact sound, Alon's shocked face, and the quiet admission, so it failed, because nothing caps a god duel like your opponent giving you a participation trophy and you having to accept it. But instead of finishing the job, Altus begins to dissolve, his body breaking apart into light and smoke, while Alon watches with the expression of a man whose game over screen just got delayed by divine bureaucracy. Standing in the inferno, Altus calls it an excellent duel and bows to Alon, which is deeply unfair, because Alon did not agree to a performance review from the being he just failed to kill. Alon looks concerned, assessing how many more restrictions he can still activate, while Altus smiles and states that the black one and the blue one are worth monitoring. Utia floats in the ethereal aftermath in her cardinal robes, red eyes glowing, looking like the world's most terrifying backup dancer. And yes, she has been watching the whole time. Altus leaves three parting gifts: a belt artifact, the command to call his name when the usurpers break free, and directions to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. A monstrous beast snarls, crimson and cyan energy clash, and Altus reveals his real name is not the derogatory epithet the world has been using, which is the divine equivalent of correcting someone who mispronounced your stage name. He poses with crossed arms in the fiery vortex, dissolves into wind and light, and exits the duel, having made it abundantly clear that he let Alon win, which is somehow more humbling than losing. Alon stands alone in the wasteland with the ring artifact floating in front of him, Then the scene cuts to a snowy military camp and a massive inscribed monument, because after you duel a god, the story immediately makes you deal with logistics. The return carriage moves through the snow. Inside, Alon sits across from Pinia, the blue-haired mage, who is in distress because she witnessed events beyond what a second-circle mage should see. Pinia frantically swears she saw nothing blue or black, and Alon's deadpan inner voice counters, "I never told you to leave," which is the most unintentionally threatening thing a man can say while holding a sweet potato. Back in Kedrum, Alon sighs against a wall, stares at the belt artifact with purple gems, and processes the fact that he now owns divine loot from a god who voluntarily surrendered, the Manhwa equivalent of a participation legendary drop. The belt's inscription repeats the command, "The one who carries the will must head to Kahara, the city of the ancient god." Alon notes this as a priority objective alongside his other pending tasks. Deus appears in full purple armor and asks if he should kill Pinia, because Deus's problem-solving flowchart has exactly one branch, and it is purple-colored. Pinia senses killing intent and shows visible fear, while the convoy arrives at a grand white castle built in the style of noble estates. A grey-haired attendant presents Alon with gifts from the grateful Caliban king, and Alon giggles behind his hands because he literally invested all his money into saving his own life, and now the royal treasury is paying him back with interest. Deus catches Alon alone in a sunlit courtyard and asks the question that has been eating him alive, "Do you think I could also become strong like you?" Alon looks at him with the blank, skeptical face of a man who just heard a swordmaster ask if he too can become strong, and the floating chibi heads confirm that this conversation has emotionally broken both of them. Alon thinks about the children's unique abilities, Sorung's golden flash, Utia's faith, all of it, and answers yes, meaning every word, because even a man running on anxiety can recognize genuine hunger when he sees it. Deus leaps into the air with a massive arc of purple energy, and Alon watches him go with a quiet, "Really?" that is less doubt and more the sound of a man who just accidentally validated a weapon of mass destruction. Deus asks who in the world Alon really is, and Alon just turns away with the calm of a man who has no answer to that question and has made peace with never having one. Deus stands speechless in the courtyard. Later, Alon slumps on a sofa, exhausted and distressed from surviving an unplanned week of events. He covers his face and admits, the core failing out loud, "I originally intended to stop the awakening of the 5 deadly sins, the line that should have been the end of his troubles, and instead became the origin story of his cult." The scene cuts to a Gothic cathedral interior, where Deus sighs and reflects that he only ended up receiving more from Alon. More strength, more purpose, more reasons to build a religion around the guy. Deus reaches for a glowing object on the table, and the chapter closes on the quiet image of hands and wrapped gifts, because nothing says, "I accidentally founded a faith," like your disciples paying you back in divine artifacts and emotional debt. And now, the part of the episode where our man accidentally dueled a god, accidentally survived, and is about to accidentally discover that the cult he denies having now has quarterly meetings and a gift receipts problem. We rejoin Alon Palacio in a lavish Caliban room, quietly roasting sweet potatoes with Deus, because nothing says, "I just rules lorried a god into surrender," like a snack that comes from dirt. 3 months later, Alon staggers back to the Palacio estate. He opens a door he believes is his bedroom. Inside, he finds a desk completely buried under paperwork. He sighs, the sigh of a man who has seen the abyss and discovered it, files quarterly reports, then sits down and starts writing like a Korean salaryman who has accepted that death is just another deadline. A full week of rest passes, which in alone time is enough to make him deeply uneasy, and he starts cataloguing the terms altus left behind. Hand signs, authority, class, black thing, blue thing, the wicked one, the one who carries the will. It is a grocery list of divine homework, and Alon is the student who showed up for the final without knowing there was a syllabus, which is basically his entire brand at this point. Evan, an eye-patched operative, walks in to report. Alon expects the news will involve another god. Evan reports that a hidden city has been found in Colony. Alon's face remains perfectly still. Cut to the Blue Moon semi-annual meeting, which is happening inside a crystal orb, like the world's most ominous Zoom call, and yes, that is Alon projected in there next to Utia, Seorang, Zayas, and a couple of people who are probably wondering how they got promoted into this meeting. So Lang, the golden wolf girl, who could probably solo a small nation before breakfast, casually asks how the Great Moon Duel went and accidentally hands Deus the microphone, at which point the meeting immediately runs 2 hours over schedule. This is what happens when you gather 5 weapons of mass destruction and tell them to share their feelings. One of them talks, another one panics, and the agenda dissolves into interpersonal chaos that would make a twice fan council look organized. 2 hours later, the crystal orb shuts down. Alon is left staring at the space where the strategic council met. The council spent most of the meeting processing emotions. Back at the estate, the nobility has decided that the best way to deal with Alon is to bribe him with gifts, which means every horizontal surface in the manor is now a fire hazard wrapped in ribbon. Alon, a man whose entire financial strategy was invest everything into not dying, now accepts tribute with the serene expression of someone who has stopped questioning why the universe keeps paying him back. The standout gift, of course, comes from Deus, a single steaming sweet potato, delivered with the emotional weight of a son who has never called and is now trying to apologize through root vegetables. Alon accepts with a blank face and tells Deus he will forget the bitter past. The bitter past includes founding a cult, dueling a god, and being mistaken for a political mastermind. A month later, gifts are still arriving. Alon remembers he must attend the Grand Council in Asteria. He sprints out of the estate with urgency. Evan watches Alon take large strides. Evan remarks that he has never seen Alon move this fast. Alon is motivated by social obligations. Alon descends from the sky into the capital courtyard, like a man who read make an entrance as a threat, lands in front of the assembled nobles, and immediately starts looking for the back row where people who do not want to be faction leaders traditionally sit. He peeks around, spots the middle seats that should be for neutral parties, and starts sliding toward them with the body language of a man trying to uninstall himself from a group project. The assembled nobles stare at him with the kind of glowing-eyed shock usually reserved for an unexpected boss encounter, and Alon realizes, with the slow horror of a man reading a terms of service agreement, that they have put him in the front line. He lands on the front seating with a heavy thud. He looks around. He concludes they placed him there so others would not have to sit near him. Alon sits down, immediately gets bored, and then someone says something that makes his face snap, from "I wonder if there's a snack cart" to "I am going to need a much longer internal monologue." Because sitting right next to him, smiling at each other like co-conspirators in a heist movie he was never cast in, are Kalia Countess Zenonia and Loria Altia Duchess Altia, and Alon is the only person in the room who did not know they were all in a faction together. They call it Kaupa. He calls it a hostage situation with better lighting, and that is where we leave him, the man who accidentally dueled a god, accidentally started a cult, and is now accidentally the head of a political faction he did not know existed. A hooded figure laughs in a frozen wasteland. A fissure splits the earth. The sky broods overhead. Alon's political life is about to crack open. Someone asks if the representative has anything to say, and Alon Palacio responds with the exact face of a man who has just been named protagonist of a banquet he did not audition for. Alon stands there in exhausted shock while nobles swarm in, shaking his hand and congratulating him like he just dropped a comeback single instead of accidentally becoming a faction head. The background dancers strike a synchronized pose and call him the protagonist of tonight, and Alon's blank expression suggests he is actively searching for the exit while maintaining noble etiquette. Alon asks if someone is enjoying the banquet. The camera shows Kalia and Loria Altia posing together like co-leaders. Alon did not approve this. A noblewoman remarks that everything turned out just as Alon wanted, and Alon clutches his head in distress because his wants have apparently been outsourced to women who are much better at wanting than he is. Loria Altia thanks Alon for saving her life, and the framing makes it clear she means it sincerely, which is awkward, because Alon is still pretending he had nothing to do with her siblings' convenient disappearance. Alon internally narrates that he ordered an alliance between these two, which is news to Alon, who apparently placed that order in the same sleepwalking state where he founded a cult. Back at the estate, gifts have piled up throughout the room. Alon holds his head in his hands. Alon writes a letter admitting he is blunt and bad at speaking, which is the most honest thing he has done all episode and also the most dangerous, because Kalia and Loria will read it like scripture. Someone reads the letter and says it is a little much, which is the diplomatic way of saying, this man just accidentally sent a faction charter written in the voice of a tired introvert. Kalia lunges at Loria with glowing red eyes and tells her she should just die, which is not the healthiest workplace dynamic for a faction leadership team, but it is certainly on brand for a woman who murdered her own father and has been running a county through a puppet count. Loria asks Kalia what she plans to do from here. Kalia stares down at her with stern intensity. The confrontation happens in front of assembled nobles. A faction dispute plays out before an audience. Alon stands in the courtyard facing a carriage, and his body language says he has already decided that the banquet is someone else's problem now. Alon tells his operative not to look back and to head to Colony right away. He is leaving the party abruptly. Kalia holds a champagne glass and observes that Alon disappeared after saying all he needed to say, which is generous, since what he actually said was, "I am bad at speaking," and then he ran. Kalia tells Loria she has already taken control of her area's underworld and that uniting the underworld would be interesting. The two villains negotiate an alliance. They clink champagne flutes, and the sound effect is probably the closest thing to a wedding vow these two women are going to exchange on panel. Cut to a dirt road where a blonde man watches Alon's carriage approach, and the narration would like you to know that killing Alon here would be very easy, which is the kind of sentence that never ends well for the speaker. Another man warns that it would get annoying once that Master Knight gets into action. He is talking about Deus Makalian, who feels violent gratitude toward Alon. A blindfolded blonde agent holds a circular blade and says it is easy to kill Alon, which means this man has not met the Blue Moon operational manual or its table of contents, which is just a list of people who thought the same thing. The agent leaps into action and is immediately intercepted by a seated man who asks if he is the agent, which is the fantasy equivalent of getting ratioed mid-assassination. A silver-haired man smirks and says the agent should know him very well because he is related to the Seeker. The assassin realizes his intel was incomplete. The masked man identifies the organization as the Agents, an assassin group from the kingdom of Ashtalon, where every member carries Swordmaster-level power, which is a lot of resume for a group that is about to take an L. The seated man says, however, which is the verbal equivalent of a counter-attack button, and the agent is thrown backward by a force he clearly did not budget for. Blood splatters across the panel. The silver-haired man stands smiling among unconscious bodies. A voice says the agent is strong as expected, and then a purple-haired nobleman with a predator's grin asks him to eliminate Count Palacio, because apparently hiring an assassin is this family's version of a trust fall. The masked agent stands with arms crossed, while the purple-haired noble holds up 4 glowing black cubes and says the payment is 4 of these, which is either a generous fee or a very aggressive board game invitation. The cubes are identified as abyssal cores, rare items distributed in tiny quantities by Duke Kialon that grant special powers, unlike abyssal jade, which only boosts physical abilities, so this is basically paying an assassin with 4 cheat codes. The agent notes they go for astronomical prices and that he got to experience one thanks to his leader. He acknowledges his superior's resources. A silver-haired man stands in a purple room while the purple-haired noble clenches his fist in malice, and the atmosphere reveals severe tension in their father-son relationship. Duke Kalan, wearing a grey metallic mask, learns that his useless son stole the Abyss entities and decides to turn a blind eye, which is the most supportive thing a disappointed father has ever done for an assassination plot. The agent thinks the Duke is going to ignore this one, and the panel frames it like a permission slip signed in blood. which is exactly the kind of bureaucratic evil this kingdom runs on. A voice asks if they should send their leader the regards, and a silver white-haired woman with golden eyes and a beauty mark smirks like a woman who has already outsourced her problems to someone else's war. A blonde man bows to the white-haired woman, and the body language makes it clear she outranks everyone in this scene by a significant margin. Shutra reports that Count Palacio's faction is getting more massive, and the white-haired woman says it would have been a bother to take action herself, which is the most honest thing a hidden mastermind has said all day. Alon's carriage rolls along a dirt road while the blonde agent floats in midair holding a circular blade, and the contrast between peaceful travel and airborne murder is the kind of tonal whiplash this series serves for breakfast. A hand grips a golden staff and the line drops, "No hard feelings, Count Palacio," which is the most insincere farewell since every villain who ever said, "Nothing personal." Sudden motion lines fill the void. The blue energy slash cuts across the frame. Alon's protection detail intercepts the attack. The blindfolded agent turns sharply as a pillar of white and blue light erupts upward, and at this point the assassin has to be wondering if every Blue Moon member gets a personal introduction theme. A blue explosion tears through the forest and sends debris flying, and the agent's no-hit run has officially ended on the first mini-boss. The agent lies gagged on the ground, coughing and muffled, which is a significant downgrade from floating ominously with a circular blade 30 seconds ago. A dark-haired boy with blue eyes tells the agent he is wasting his energy and cannot move anyway, speaking with clear condescension toward the Swordmaster-level assassin. The boy snaps his fingers and a violent impact throws the agent backward, trailing blood, because Blue Moon's childcare program apparently includes advanced assassination prevention. The dark-haired boy stands with a wide grin as Alon's carriage continues down the road unharmed. The unseen protection has eliminated the threat and secured the carriage's passage. The boy smiles confidently while holding a golden-hilted dagger, and the carriage rides on toward Colony, which means Alon is about to walk into another disaster completely unaware that someone already saved him from this one. Before we get into how Alon accidentally became a faction head, let's rewind to the part where he accidentally turned a desert into a freezer aisle, because that is the energy this act is serving. The caravan rolls through a scorching wasteland, and Alon complains that an ice crystal would help with the heat. His eye-patched companion Evan reminds him that a ground-freezing spell would damage their supplies and freeze their travel budget. Meanwhile, Kalia is watching Alon through a mirror, with the kind of attention that makes surveillance feel like a love language. Leon Aguilaris, daughter of the Red Magic Tower Lord, peeks in and immediately writes him off as a fraud who barely has enough mana for second circle. "Girl, you are about to eat those words with a side of humble pie." A flashback insert explains that Kalia's personality was forged by a lifetime of being lied to, which is why she now compulsively detects deception in others. Night falls. Alon roasts sweet potatoes instead of standing guard, and Leon remains in the background, insisting that Alon has a small mana pool. The narrative implies Leon will soon be forced to revise this assessment. The blood sand bandits hit without warning, chain sickles, hooded figures, the whole desert raid aesthetic. One of the mercenaries takes a blade to the chest before anyone even finishes the sentence, "We're being ambushed." The tattooed bandit boss grabs Leon by the throat with a knife and demands the caravan hand over its goods or be killed. Someone spots the blood sand symbol, and the caravan's situation shifts from inconvenience to lethal threat. Alon finally stands up, and the temperature does not drop, it crashes. Frigid cold erupts as a composite 3-spell frozen domain, turning the desert night into a tundra and the bandits into people who very much regret their career choices. Blue energy cascades from above, bandits scatter like bowling pins, and Leon whispers the magic words every overconfident skeptic eventually has to say, "Impossible." This is composite magic, at least 3 spells connected. Achievement unlocked made the Tower Master's daughter reconsider her entire academic career. Alon, looking like he just asked someone to pass the salt, tells the bandits he will give them a chance to get lost. They take it. They take it immediately. Leon stands frozen behind 2 guards, not from the cold, and admits the rumors were true. which is the closest thing to a 5-star review Alon has ever received from someone who did not worship him as a moon deity. Post-battle, the caravan celebrates with food and drink. Evan, the eye-patched operative who spent half the trip doubting Alon's magical abilities, bows in genuine apology. Alon accepts it, primarily relieved that no one died. Privately, Alon notes that chaining 3 spells only holds for about a minute, which is too short and must be improved. Kalia cautiously approaches and asks if she can share something, and Alon tells her he forgives her, using the word magnanimously without understanding that she has not actually asked for forgiveness. Leon, now openly curious after witnessing Alon's weather magic, asks how he designates his magic arrays. Alon gives a casual answer. Then the caravan arrives at Colony, the desert nation, a Mediterranean-style city set in arid terrain. Leon thanks Alon and accepts his casual offer to teach her, promising to see him at the conference. This is how Alon accidentally acquires students, by saying things that sound like small talk to him and like destiny to everyone else. It is a recurring bug in his dialogue tree. Before anyone can finish saying goodbye, a golden explosion rips through a nearby building, not a subtle entrance, not a knock, a full structural renovation via lightning. Alon and Evan turn toward the noise with the resigned expressions of men who know exactly which category of problem this is. So long, the golden flash single-handedly annihilates the remaining attackers targeting Alon's belongings. Golden wolf ears, golden mane, golden lightning. She kills anyone approaching her benefactor's luggage. The mercenaries recognize her in awe, witnessing a legendary combatant in action. She bounds over, wraps Alon in a bear hug, and cheerfully announces that she just dealt with the guys targeting his belongings. Her definition of dealt with involves property damage that will probably be listed in a historical document someday, but the enthusiasm is undeniable. The reunion trio, Alon, Solange, and Evan, walk through Colony together, while mercenaries whisper that yes, that was the golden flash. Solange confirms she already handled the men targeting Alon, which means Alon now has 2 separate groups of enemies erased before he even learned they existed. Standard Tuesday. And in the middle of all this, Alon proudly announces that Evan can now cast D-rank magic 5 times a day. It is a small milestone, presented with the fanfare of a man who has learned to celebrate any win that does not involve a god, a cult, or a political faction. Baby steps. Very powerful, very anxious baby steps. We rejoin the story with the sound of someone being used as a projectile, which is a very normal way to begin a family reunion when your family is the blue moon. Solange brings Alon and Evan into the Colony Guild courtyard. Every golden-haired wolf person present begins cheering loudly. Alon stands in the center of their attention. One loud slam later, and the entire guild sits down like a well-trained classroom, which tells you everything about who actually runs this household. Solange admits she came to Colony after Utia, meaning the Red Moon's logistics network is now effectively a stalking service for finding Alon's location. Alon and Evan arrive with a large pile of gifts. Solange's favorability meter reaches its maximum visible value. The box opens to reveal a dark metal gauntlet with gold claws, the kind of accessory that says "I love you" in a language that involves property damage. Alon watches her reaction and thinks, with the quiet pride of a man who has never once considered the consequences, that he is great at raising kids. Later, Alon states he does not want to encounter the Blood Sand Bandits again. He has been ambushed twice during this trip. Solange hears this as a direct tactical order and spends the night turning Colony into a recruitment advertisement for why you should not inconvenience her benefactor. She strides through the Blood Sand stronghold. People speak the name of Kalman, longest reigning Baba Yaga. They mention his so-called younger brother. Kalman invented that title himself. A protection claim does not work. The golden lightning works. Hundreds of bandits become a statistical footnote, and one survivor stares at the ruins asking if the Blood Sand Bandits were just annihilated. The next morning, Solange enters Alon's room. She announces she solved the problem and calls herself a genius. Alon pats her head without speaking. That single head pat is the moment Alon officially becomes the father figure to a weapon of mass destruction. And the smile on Seolrong's face says she would commit war crimes for another one. Cut to Kalman, the longest reigning Baba Yaga of Colony, being informed that Solong erased an entire criminal organization overnight, and he just shrugs like, this is a weather report. A blonde man with a bandaged nose opens a box. Inside are glowing white cubes and a purple sphere. He presents them to a Baba Yaga. Kalman holds one cube up to the light and says, with the calm of a man who has never met a safety inspector, that they should experiment. The caravan departs Colony and travels toward Kahara. Kahara is a stone city carved into a canyon wall. Its structure appears deliberately and elaborately constructed. Alon and Evan enter the ruins with a lantern, and the walls respond by erupting in a golden filigree seal that calls out to Alon directly, Marge. Alon touches his ear and asks if anyone else heard the disembodied voice, and Evan's expression says he absolutely did not, which is never a reassuring answer in this genre. Alon enters the seal and arrives in a vast floating library. The space resembles a magic academy. A black silhouette dissolves and reforms into a towering shadow entity with glowing white eyes, the kind of visual that normally precedes a boss health bar. Alon, who has apparently read the source material, calmly says he came after hearing the Wicked One's words, and the entity freezes because nobody expects the protagonist to know the true name downloadable content. The manifestation of principles stands over Alon. It informs him he lacks the proper class. It states he has nothing to offer. Alon counters that the Wicked One said the same thing, and the manifestation erupts in golden fire and reaches a clawed hand toward him, offering one proper magic. Alon reads the terms. The seal explodes outside the Colosseum. Seolrong slams into the sand. Her posture shows interruption, not triumph. Kalman, a muscular man with a spiky ponytail who just got handed an abyssal core and an agenda, is beating a fallen fighter while mocking Solong for doing something so immoral outside the Colosseum, which is rich coming from him. He taunts her about the supposed little brother he once claimed, a title that, as he privately admitted, was invented for convenience and scheduled for deletion, and Seolrong responds with a golden flash blast that sends him and his entire moral framework flying across the canyon. Clashing energies turn the desert into a light show, and Seolrong is clearly enjoying herself until Kalman closes the distance and stabs her through the abdomen with a dark blade. She looks down at the blade in disbelief, then a voice whispers the name Rauga, and her golden mane ignites with the kind of berserk fury that makes you want to update your will. A flashback shows Solange's golden mane family thanking her as their leader. The memory holds genuine warmth. It arrives now, before the coming danger. Then the image cuts to a colossal black dragon looming over a ruined city and a cloaked figure standing over two fallen blondes, because trauma, in this universe, is a required skill tree. Rauga, a blonde man in a red sash, gives the order to kill her, and Solong takes a purple aura blow that would have ended a lesser character's entire arc. She retaliates with a golden flash eruption so large the panel has to apologize for taking up space, and Rauga's crew realizes they may have underestimated the boss fight. Deus Makalian enters the battle. His eyes glow violet. Purple aura surrounds him. A voice off-panel declares power multiplication through the abyssal core. Solong and Deus synchronize their movements. The combined golden-purple assault connects. Kalman is forced to defend. Kalman retaliates with a massive, jagged black blade. Rauga claims authority from the essence. The fight escalates to lethal stakes. Solong answers with a golden flash punch. The blast reshapes the terrain. The desert floor becomes an impact crater. Alon and Evan arrive on a glowing yellow platform just in time to watch allied Golden Mane Beast Warriors join the fray, because nothing says, "I planned this," like showing up after the hard part starts. A companion points out that the golden-haired berserker is fighting for her benefactor, and Alon's face says he is slowly realizing that his travel party has expanded by one emotionally attached war crime. Solong blocks Rauga with a sudden strike, but takes a hit that leaves her gasping, and Rauga smiles like a man who thinks he has already won, which in this genre means he has about 30 seconds left. The Golden Mane reinforcements arrive in coordinated formation. A blond man with an eye patch snaps his fingers. Several cloaked figures vanish from the encounter. Deus looks around and asks, with genuine shock, if everyone else betrayed him too, which is the kind of line that only makes sense when you are the protagonist's favorite knight, surrounded by backstabbers. Rhalga swings upward. A blue energy blast tears through the arena. It knocks back cloaked figures. Rhalga has turned against them. Alon walks forward beneath a massive swirling blue vortex, while a white curved energy arc sweeps Kalman's men backward, and the scarred blonde finally asks the only reasonable question left, what is that? The white arc keeps cutting through enemy lines. It scores a clean furrow across the sand. Rhalga's crew takes heavy losses. Alon keeps walking with the calm of a man who has either read the walkthrough or is too tired to panic, and neither option is comforting for the people in front of him. Solong regroups with Alon. A companion administers the highest-tier healing potion. It restores his depleted reserves. She asks Alon to hold the enemy until his spell completes, and he agrees with the expression of a man who has been voluntold into being the main tank once again. Solong leaps back into the fight to buy him time, and Alon finally channels blue, reverse heaven lightning across the wasteland, which is his way of saying the tutorial is over. He closes his eyes in concentration. The incantation form appears in a purple vortex. The air around him warps and distorts. Alon, now in layered dark blue robes, summons a massive blue energy vortex as the principal spell fully erupts in successive ice and crystal blasts. The desert transforms into a desolate, snowy landscape, and the chapter ends with the distinct feeling that Alon has once again pressed a button he only half understands. Before we talk about how we got here, let's look at where this all lands. Alon, bleeding through a torn coat, smiling like he just solved the problem he did not cause, while a wolf girl decides that this is the moment to propose marriage. Family is not a reason anymore. It's a given. We pick up mid-explosion, because of course we do. The desert around Kahara is no longer sand. It is a crystalline ice field with opinions, and Alon's principal spell is the one doing the interior decorating. A voice is laughing through the golden seal like a customer service demon who finally got promoted, and Alon's face says he is already mentally drafting the complaint ticket. Alon punches forward through the smoke, determined, exhausted, and faking confidence with depleted mana. The landscape behind him has been reduced to snowy peaks. Chapter 30 opens with another blast wave, because resting is for people who do not accidentally collect divine weapons as dependents. Ice erupts, light strikes down, and Sorange battle is still very much in progress. Sodangji lunges forward with the kind of protective rage usually reserved for mothers. Tax auditors and people who have just watched someone threaten the only person who ever patted their head. She is not asking questions. She is asking where to aim. Alon clenches his fist. The metallic bracelet catches the light. The enemy perches on a massive ice spire. Ice pillars erupt across the field. Alon stands exposed before them. Rhalga charges back in, blonde ponytail and red scarf, giving full final boss-in-training energy, and Solang takes a combined blue and yellow blast that knocks her into the dirt. The teamwork on the villain's side is honestly admirable. The consequences, less so. Energy beams trade back and forth across the canyon. Rhalga's men remain standing. Alon's ice spell activates. Solon gets blasted again, because the universe has decided she will earn this win in installments. The ice magic reaches its peak and begins impaling enemies on glowing spikes, freezing them against crystal walls in poses that will confuse archaeologists for centuries. The spell keeps going. Jagged crystals keep growing. The battlefield becomes an art installation titled Consequences of Bothering Alon Palacio, and the guests are not leaving upright. Rhalga's men are systematically pinned and frozen mid-motion, which is the fantasy equivalent of being put on hold by a glacier. One of them gets the full ice spike treatment while wearing an expression that says he did not read the patch notes. The ice eruption settles. Someone exhales in relief. The next threat arrives. Rhalga is not done. He charges with a sword and a blue shockwave and throws Solang backward, and she is midair when she sees a hand grip, a weapon behind Alon. Her whole body locks up. The kind of freeze that only happens when you realize the person you swore to protect is about to take a hit you cannot stop. Alon doesn't dodge. He pulls So-rong out of the way instead, the dagger grazing his coat and tearing it, but doing no real damage, and then he coughs blood anyway, because the principal spell he just cast drained his mana so completely his body started paying the bill internally. Solange's face shifts from protective to something that should require a content warning. She grits out a single word and the desert gets brighter. Solange unleashes a golden slash that flings the attacker like a bad idea, and the remaining enemies finally understand that threatening Alon in front of her was not a tactical error, it was a lifestyle error. Alon is on the ground, blood on his lip, and So-rong is hovering over him with the kind of rage that makes gods update their calendars. She is not okay. She is not going to be okay until everyone responsible is a memory. The golden energy keeps cutting through the last of the opposition until the wasteland goes quiet. It is victory, though incomplete. Aftermath. 4 defeated opponents scattered across the sand like dropped action figures. A wounded voice from the dust asks if Alon is really okay, and the honest answer is probably functionally no, but he is upright, so we are counting it. One of the allies coughs that he was not hurt badly to begin with, which is the standard masculine lie, and then a muscular goateed man confronts the young man in the brown cloak with the classic accusation that father thinks you are an eyesore. He strikes. Everyone else watches, baffled because family drama has officially entered the battlefield. The young man in the brown cloak takes the hit, and the group stands around trying to figure out whether this is a side quest or just Tuesday. Solange's ears are still flattened from combat, and her patience for human family politics is visibly low. Then the real emotional beat lands. Alon stands up, still bleeding, still torn, and says the thing he has never said out loud before. He does not need a reason to save family. The line lands like a surprise title track. Even the wasteland stops to listen. A massive shadowy figure looms behind the group. The focus shifts to Solange's face. Her expression shifts from rage to calculation. Alon immediately admits he made a mistake because the man has the emotional recovery speed of a browser refresh, and Solange's eyes narrow with a grin that should make every lawyer in the kingdom nervous. She confronts him, golden mane bright with energy. Alon remains on the ground, exhausted and uncertain about this level of personal attachment. And then she says it. Let's get married, with the tilde and everything, the full proposal. Alon's face does not move, which is how you know he is experiencing several emotions simultaneously and processing none of them. So-rong doubles down with the logic that if they get married, they will really become family, which is technically true and also the most dangerous use of inheritance law in the series so far. A young man finds her handwritten note, "Hang in there, Dad." Signed, So-rong. The branding is complete. A dark-haired companion points out the obvious. He is a golden mane, and Alon is a human. So-rong leans in anyway, playful and predatory, because biological compatibility has never once stopped a wolf girl who has decided you are now her emergency contact. The scene cuts to a tavern where people are having a tense conversation unrelated to the marriage proposal. The scene returns to So-rong, blushing and expectant, waiting for Alon's response. She presses him. Well. She explains that back in the game she had a skip button, but this is real life, and real life apparently requires verbal consent. Alon is still buffering. The group gets back into the carriage, the plot continuing. So-rong waves at her people, who watch with knowing expressions. So-rong smiles with confidence, and the Golden Mane delegation bows to Alon with respect reserved for a chieftain. He is not that chieftain. Yet, the implication remains. A went portal opens. Someone gets thrown through it by forces unseen, and So-rong watches with a shocked expression, while Alon maintains the blank face of a man who has seen too many portals today. So-rong walks away muttering that she has to be more careful, a rare moment of restraint, and the group ascends a grand staircase toward a palace interior. She looks back with a confident smile, and a door opens with heavy sound design. The group steps inside, and the tone shifts to something colder. Inside, the Information Guild reports that there are no suspicious individuals besides Ralga's men, which would be comforting if a shadowy figure with a toothy grin were not literally lurking in the background of the same report. The Guild's definition of suspicious needs updating. A voice asks if there is anything else besides divinity, and the answer is clearly yes, but the answer is also standing right behind him with a smile. The panel transitions into speed lines as the confrontation begins. Alon collapses onto a bed, exhausted, and exhales. Then a golden emblem activates in the air above him, and a voice speaks, patient and finally arrived. He stands in a vast library before a figure made of swirling dark energy, and the first thing he asks is whether this is a record of the past. It is a scholarly, anxious question, seeking understanding of the place and its nature before the entity can speak. Alon puzzles over why the gods and outer gods are named the other way around, because even after dueling one, he still needs the terminology to make sense, and an observer quietly marvels that he got this strong in half a year. The observation flatters him. The timeline unsettles him. Back in the real world, Evan reports to Alon while another man wonders aloud just how talented this guy is, and the answer is apparently talented enough to accidentally found a cult, duel a god, and get proposed to in the same fiscal quarter. Deus appears in chibi form asking if he can get stronger too, and Alon answers yes, with the sincerity of a man who has no idea that his yes is being treated as scripture by multiple continents. Then Ladan drops in with an eye patch and an update. He has heard that someone united the 5 archipelagos as the Pirate King. A hulking, hook-handed pirate looms behind him, because Ladan's social circle is exactly what you would expect from a man who calls Alon Hyung. Solang holds a glowing blue orb with a wide smile, and Utia plus 2 companions react in stunned silence, because the Blue Moon group chat has just received another update from the field, and nobody is prepared for what it says. Utia's face, framed in red and black, is not happy. Her aura is doing that thing where the air itself decides to leave. Whatever Solong just shared, the Red Moon is taking it personally. Solong closes with a possessor's tip about the Golden Mane descendants, because she is fully transitioned from rescued child to law-bearing warlord, and the chapter ends with electricity crackling around her like a promise that next time she will not be asking permission. The Outer God case just told our boy he still knows nothing, which is hilarious because Alon Palacio is currently the only thing standing between a goblin-shaped apocalypse and the continent. But then the gears turn. Phrases, principles, self-expression, the whole magic system clicks together in his head like a K-pop choreo hitting the breakbeat, and suddenly the Marquis of Accidents is about to drop his own title track. He forms the mudra of the Wisdom Fist, incantations, principles, and self-expression finally snapping into alignment, and an ice crystal halberd erupts outward, massive crystals engulfing Kais completely, locking the outer god inside an enormous prison of ice that cracks and crumbles him from every direction. Kais calls a timeout on the whole being frozen solid thing long enough to reclassify Alon from insect to mage, which is honestly the most relatable reaction anyone has had to Alon Palacio in about 30 chapters. We pick up right where the accidental apocalypse left off. Utia, our cardinal of holy terror, is staring into a crystal orb with the kind of smile that makes demons update their resumes. Inside the orb, Sorang is proudly announcing she intends to marry the Great Moon, which is Alon, which means Utia just watched her co-worker propose to their boss over interdimensional Skype. Deus, Ladan, and Rhine freeze in mutual shock. None had prepared a response to Seolrang's declaration that she intends to marry the moon. Utia, in her capacity as cardinal, calmly informs Sesorang that this marriage is not possible. Her tone carries an absolute refusal. Let's rewind. This episode is called The Marquis of Accidents, and that title is doing more heavy lifting than Alon's personal record team. Our man has accidentally founded a cult, accidentally united 2 underworld factions, and accidentally survived a duel with an outer god. Now he has to pretend he meant all of it. Salang, bless her golden heart, doubles down. She argues that what the Great Moon thinks matters most, which sounds reasonable, until you remember the Great Moon is currently eating sweet potatoes and wondering why his mail is on fire. Utia laughs. It is not a comforting laugh. Alon, who has just walked into the room, asks what happened, and the energy in that room could freeze Mercury. He does not know he is the subject of the argument. He is never the subject of his own life. So Wrong pivots to Dais and starts reflecting on Alon's unreadable calm during the battle in the north. The way he stood before a god like he was waiting for a bus. Dais clenches his fist, not because he disagrees, but because he knows exactly what she means, and it haunts him. 2 hours later, the argument has somehow not ended. Utia is still explaining, with the patience of a saint who has definitely killed people for less, that Seorang cannot marry him. Seorang responds by shouting that she can. This is what Blue Moon calls strategic planning. The crystal orb now contains 2 chibi figures screaming at each other, while Ladan covers his face and Rhine looks like she is calculating the structural integrity of her sanity. This is the most feared shadow organization on the continent. They have a group chat, and it is not going well. Deus, the only adult in the room by emotional default, sighs and says he is not done yet, which is the closest this council gets to leadership. Utia turns away. Alon, somewhere else in the building, sighs with relief because he has no idea any of this is happening. In a dimly lit tavern, Marquis Boyd and a blonde associate toast their plan to use a letter of reformation against Alon. The letter carries formal accusations of treason. In the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, Cardinal Sergius approaches Cardinal Utia in the cathedral and asks her to lend her name to bury Count Alon Palacio. Utia repeats his words back to him with cold disbelief. Sergius retreats into gloom, then withdraws to his private chambers, believing his request went unanswered. A violent energy eruption throws him across the room. Utia has abandoned diplomacy for direct retaliation. Utia stands amid crimson energy, reaching toward a monstrous reddish entity with glowing eyes and a manic grin. The sin of wrath is not a metaphor anymore. It has entered the building, and it is wearing cardinal robes. Sergius lies defeated on the ground, and Utia aims a radiant white light at him, not to finish him, to heal him, so she can start over. This is not an execution. This is a subscription service. The cycle repeats. Sergius, broken, begs her to just kill him instead. A blonde man kneels trembling before Utia, who is now serving as judge, jury, and renewable energy source for his suffering. Utia delivers her verdict. He must be punished. Vertical energy strike crashes down on the screaming cardinal. Sergius collapses under the blow. 1 month later, Alon holds a faction leader pay letter with reverence. Evan points out it arrived 2 weeks ago. Alon has carried it unopened, having avoided his financial obligations. Gold coins rain around him. Alon, in pajamas, asks why anyone would hold a position full of hardship. Then he puts on the sash, sees the deposit, and his entire worldview recalibrates in real time. Money, it turns out, is a convincing theologian. Alon and Evan arrive at the Maris Belutin Estate conference. Kalia and Loria Altia await them and greet him with, "Lord Count, so you've come." The 2 women he accidentally united into a faction now stand together as coordinated hosts. Alon stands in the lavish ballroom, expressionless, eating a sweet potato, surrounded by nobles who are treating him like the final boss of a raid he did not sign up for. He admits he is a little nervous and asks them to leave him alone. They do not. Then Marquis Boyd, the man who was plotting against him an hour ago in narrative time, collapses before Alon mid-snack and begs for his life. Alon has no idea what is happening. He is still chewing. An onlooker explains that bowing before another is equivalent to offering them your authority. Kalia watches with a slow, knowing smile. Loria Altia looks distressed. And Alon, the Marquis of Accidents, finally understands that in this kingdom, you do not have to seek power. Power will find you, kneel, and ask for mercy you did not know you had the right to grant. Utia is standing in the middle of what used to be a cathedral, surrounded by enough crimson energy to make the Sin of Wrath file a workplace complaint about overtime. But before the Cardinal became a one-woman disciplinary committee, Marquis Filboid was sitting in a dim tavern with a blonde associate, toasting a plan to bury Alon with a letter of reformation, the noble equivalent of a community notes hit piece with treason attached. They clinked glasses like two men who have never read a manhwa before, fully convinced that paperwork is the scariest weapon in the room, while somewhere across the kingdom Utia is about to submit a very different kind of formal request. Cardinal Sergius approaches Utia in the cathedral and asks her to lend her name to bury a certain inconvenient young count. Utia repeats the request back to him, and her tone carries a clear warning. Sergius retreats into gloom and then into the kind of depraved private life that always gets interrupted in these stories, and sure enough, a violent energy eruption throws him across the room before he can even finish being smug. Utia has clocked out of diplomacy entirely. Crimson energy is everywhere. The architecture is having regrets, and the Sin of Wrath has entered the building wearing cardinal robes like it's a casual Friday. She reaches toward a monstrous reddish entity with glowing eyes and a manic grin, and the entity looks like it just realized it is not the main character in this exchange. Energy blasts tear through the space. Vertical slashes of rage paint the walls. The Rosario faction's interior takes heavy damage. Sergius lies defeated on the ground, gasping, and Utia aims a radiant white light at him, not to finish him, but to heal him, because apparently the punishment has a subscription model. The cycle repeats. Blast, screen, heal, repeat. It is the most emotionally expensive gym membership in the Holy Kingdom, and Sergius is absolutely not seeing results. Finally, Sergius breaks and begs, "Just kill me instead," which is the exact moment you know Utia has won the argument. Utia delivers her verdict, "So you must be punished," and a vertical energy strike crashes down on the screaming cardinal. She strikes him again, continuing the punishment. She is enveloped by the shadow of wrath itself, serene and unforgiving. The Holy Kingdom will face the consequences of her judgment. 1 month later, Alon is holding a faction leader pay letter. Evan reminds him that it arrived 2 weeks ago and has remained unopened. Gold coins rain down. Chibi Alon lies in pajamas, asking why anyone holds a position full of hardship, and then the sash goes on and the deposit hits, and suddenly he understands everything with the clarity of a man who has just been paid. He clutches the pay with both hands, expressionless as ever. Evan carries the shopping bags, having handled the errands himself. Alon and Evan arrive at the Maris Balutin Estate Conference, and waiting at the door are Kalia and Loria Altia, greeting him with, "Lord Count, so you've come," like this is his own surprise intervention. Alon stands in the lavish ballroom, expressionless, eating a sweet potato, surrounded by nobles who are treating him like the final boss of a raid he did not sign up for. Kalia and Loria chat beside him at the gathering. Alon admits he is nervous and asks them to leave him alone. Then Marquis Filboid, the same man who was plotting against him over drinks a month ago, collapses before Alon mid-snack and begs for his life, and Alon has no idea what is happening because he is still chewing. An onlooker explains that bowing before another is equivalent to offering them your authority, and Kalia watches with a slow, knowing smile, while Loria Altia looks like she just realized the faction has no exit strategy. And Alon, the Marquis of Accidents, finally understands that in this kingdom you do not have to seek power. Power will find you, kneel, and ask for mercy you did not know you had the right to grant. The Blue Magic Tower's Vice Master, Phinia Chrisen, takes one look at Alon and folds like a lawn chair at a BTS fan meet, full 90-degree bow, knees locked, dignity evaporated. Alon stands there with his signature sweet potato poker face, wondering if he accidentally became someone's religion again. Rewind a few days. Bianco, Kalia's monocled butler wizard, is reading a document that is a letter of reformation, a noble cancellation notice that also cites heresy. The man goes pale. Duke Remgrave is mid-prayer when his purple orb shatters, because in this universe, divine customer service is terrible. A red card materializes with the words, "You are next." The The conspiracy against Alon just got its own death threat recipe arm. The heretic hunting scheme collapsed faster than a twice-comeback pre-order queue. Back in the present ballroom, Alon is literally standing over a cowering noble while eating a sweet potato, which is the most emotionally confusing power move in aristocratic history. He is not enjoying this. He is not even chewing with intent. He just wanted to leave. Kalia and Loria Altia watch from the sidelines like two women at a very tense fashion show, remarking that they are witnessing the third-generation masterminds of Asteria's underworld kneel before a man who is still holding a root vegetable. The rumor mill does not need encouragement. It is already doing choreography. Alon finally escapes the ballroom and heads east for the magic conference. Evan, banned from the conference building, waves him off. They arrive in Lanya, the city of endless exploration, a metropolis where guild leaders are superhumans and everyone else tries to survive dungeons. Alon already regrets his decisions, and he has not even entered a guild hall yet. Cut to a reckless dungeon guild team that has clearly never heard of party composition. They are discussing advanced payment retention strategies, which is freelancer brainrot at its finest, and then they stroll into ruins where the Goblin King is napping. Spoiler, the Goblin was not napping. The Goblin King reveals himself as an ancient, green-skinned humanoid with the kind of grin that says, "I have seen empires fall, and I am bored." He is not a tutorial boss. He is not even a mid-boss. He is the kind of enemy you bring a raid group, a therapist, and a will too. The guild charges. The Goblin King swats the first attacker with a casual cyan arc. A hooded figure gets flung backward, bleeding. The attack does nothing. More adventurers pile in, including Solang with her golden wolf ears and the kind of energy that says, "I can and will make this personal." She bows, she blurs, she becomes a golden comet. The Goblin King blocks her massive blue-white strike with one finger. One finger. This is why you read the enemy's level before aggroing. The impact detonates across the frame. A glowing blue eye fills the screen, and the entire dungeon party collectively realizes they have brought butter knives to a god fight. The Goblin King is not even using a named skill, he is just existing aggressively. Meanwhile, Alon arrives at the conference tower, which is tall enough to trigger his fear of heights. Leon Angularis is there, wearing a red cloak and an expression that shows she has already aligned with his future shadow empire. Evan gets left in the lounge like a service dog at a no-pets venue, while Alon and Leon walk into the tower. They spot Phinia Chrysine, the Blue Vice Tower Master, who is supposed to be prideful, standoffish, and generally allergic to nobles. She looks up. She sees Alon. Her spine commits seppuku. Phinia starts to say something dismissive, then actually registers who she is talking to and drops into the deepest bow this side of a Missimo curtain call. Alon's brain does the Windows Experience points shutdown sound. He has no idea what she is afraid of. He is literally just standing there. Chibi confusion erupts among the onlookers. Phinia apologizes so hard she practically invents a new dialect of regret, then vanishes with what the panel calls quick disappearance magic, which is just made speak for, "I need to leave this social interaction immediately." Alon rubs his neck and wonders what fresh misunderstanding he has stepped in now. Behind him, three ghostly figures appear, because his life has background NPCs. Kalia walks alone through the tower while some blonde noble in a purple cloak tries to flirt with her and simultaneously disrespect Alon. Kalia shuts him down. She has already chosen her alliance and will not reconsider. The blonde noble claims Alon will come to like him soon, which is the confidence of a man who has not read the room, the chapter, or the genre. Kalia says goodbye to Alon with the kind of pleasant formality that still somehow sounds like a threat, then reminds him they will meet again at the conference presentation. Alon does not want to meet again. He wants to farm sweet potatoes in peace. Alon slips away to the 38th floor library, a vast archive combining a library and cathedral architecture. He adjusts a clock, finds a specific black book, and pulls it with practiced ease. He presses the book. The wall ripples with hidden space energy, and inside he finds the ring of radiance glowing like a loot drop in a secret room. Alon retrieves it with the calm of a speedrunner who just hit a skip, except he is not calm, he is just physically incapable of showing it. A red-cloaked messenger bursts in and announces that Alon has been challenged by Sir Baruch, who is staking his eye of the follower on the duel. So the Marquis of Accidents finally gets 5 minutes of quiet looting time before the next boss pulls him into combat. The game really does not let him log off. Alon stands in the magic tower hallway, reciting the rule about life-threatening magic like he's reading the terms of service, which in this building is basically the same thing. A messenger in a grey coat finds him and delivers the news. Sir Baruch, son of the magic towelmaster, has challenged him to a friendly duel, and the word friendly is doing an incredible amount of unpaid labor in that sentence. Baruch explains with the smugness of a man who has never been the protagonist that he needs more influence on top of his daddy's title and plans to ride Alon's notoriety like it's a free mount in a massively multiplayer online. He activates a glowing appraisal ring, scans Alon, and registers him as rank 3. He dismisses Alon as no threat based on that reading alone. Alon accepts without hesitation, because when you have accidentally become a shadow mastermind, every duel is technically a personal record opportunity you did not schedule. The duel opens. Baruch launches purple energy blasts and deploys ice traps across the field. He presses forward with practiced aggression. Alon walks through the ice. He raises one hand. Black smoke artifact energy swirls around him, dense and unstable. Baruch throws everything he has. Ice crystallizes around Alon, and then Alon counters with a sweeping blue force that sends the Towermaster's son flying backward while screaming in the kind of agony that usually requires a subscription service. The 3 faction masters watch in stunned disbelief. Someone in the crowd shouts that Fina apologized. The news spreads rapidly through the tower. They stand around debating Alon's energy rank. They miss the point that Alon won the duel without showing any strain or exertion. That ease is the more significant signal. Alon adjusts his bracelet. He fires an enhanced version of the prior attack. The blast hits Baruch. Baruch goes down hard. Baruch screams, grips his spear, and realizes too late that he picked a fight with the one noble in the kingdom whose power level is measured in misunderstandings per second. The crowd calls it incredible. The faction masters reconsider every life choice that led them to this hall, and Alon stands there with the stunned expression of a man who just wanted to read books in peace. Someone says rank 3 with the sarcastic lilt of a man who has just watched a rank 3 delete the Tower Master's son, and Alon zips away in chibi form before anyone can ask follow-up questions. He pulls out a jagged, dark artifact claw, mutters that he knew it would come in handy, and releases an enhanced version of the spell that just won him the duel. After the duel, Alon goes to the Grand Library. A digital indicator shows the 38th floor. He stands alone beneath a domed ceiling rendered in starry blue. He clears his throat in the silence. He feels the weight of the space. He begins searching for what he came to find. A voice narrates the history of the eternal fear, first mage to reach rank 8 after the forgotten era of the gods. The tone and delivery signal that this figure may still be present in the archive. A vision shows a blue-haired woman in a wide-brimmed blue witch hat holding a white-haired child named Hankel. Alon thinks that a mistake here would be costly. The stakes have risen. Then Utia erupts onto the scene in a wide-brimmed black hat, white dress, fur cloak, and enough aggressive red moon energy to make the library's checkout policy feel personally threatened. Alon stands on a blue hexagonal magic circle as the small blue hat mage, the eternal fear herself, spots him, freezes with naked fear, and immediately hands over the reward before teleporting away so fast she doesn't even explain why. Alon rubs his eye. He says, "Ta," confused. A floating red-gold chest appears before him. He asks, Hankel, uncertain how to proceed. He pulls out a small black blade, checks the empty space around him with the caution of a man who has been ambushed by plot too many times and finds nothing, which is somehow worse. The chapter closes on Hankel curled up in distress, inside a glowing circle beside a red eye artifact. Alon enters a significant lore event without preparation. Hero panel incoming. A man in a green blazer just threw a pouch of gold into the air like he is paying for a wedding he does not want to attend. And the punchline is about to walk down those stairs. Before we get to the fist, rewind. Kalia is privately tutoring Alon, because apparently being a shadow mastermind requires homework. She stands in front of a chalkboard full of equations that look like they were written by someone who has never met sleep. And Alon is just sitting there thinking this is still better than studying alone. Kalia asks Alon if he is really rank 3 for the 15th time. Alon confirms his rank. Kalia nods off beside him. Alon and Evan hit the road for Labyrinth City, Lania, which the panel helpfully labels like a travel brochure for people who enjoy near-death experiences. Evan is carrying sealed letters and the general energy of a man who has accepted that his boss's vacation plans always end in political disaster. They roll into a city where, somewhere close by, a total stranger already lies collapsed face down in a stone corridor like a dropped handkerchief of divine wrath. Proof this place has already been through something. Alon does not recognize her, but he still gets the exact look of a man mentally filing this under, "Not my problem, hopefully." Establishing shot of Lania's spires and bridges fill the skyline. Alon had not expected her to rise this fast. Alon and Evan walk up to a grand white estate and find the gate closed. Levald Greystone stands on the other side in a purple coat. Levald opens with the classic line about being real good friends with their boss, which is the kind of name drop that usually works on people who have not met the actual boss. Alon gives him the blank stare that has ended more conversations than most swords, and Levald doubles down by asking what they are even doing here if they do not have money. Someone off-panel mutters that this witch is here again, and then Ryan Groff steps out through the open doorway, green eyes glowing faintly, and greets Alon as Godfather before shoving Levald aside with the dismissive energy of someone removing a minor inconvenience from the path. Guards drag Levald away like a cancelled subscription, while Ryan calmly explains that whether someone is a foreign prince or some trash, the rules are the rules. Alon and Evan stand there with the solemn expressions of two men who have just watched their supposedly delicate adopted daughter become a one-woman eviction service. Inside the estate, Ryan calls Alon Godfather again, and Alon reacts with visible discomfort. She is already acting as the host and directing arrangements. Alon is still trying to find a seat that is not at the head of the table. Ryan tells Alon not to worry. She believes she can resolve his request, and her tone makes clear she intends to handle it directly. Next morning, Alon wakes up to find Ryan has already handled everything, including Levald Greystone. She says she gave him a clean death, and Alon looks up from his eggs with the expression of a man whose breakfast has just been interrupted by war crimes. Ryan lists Levald's resume like she is reading a restaurant review. Mercenary massacres on floor 30. Absorption of abyssal entities by monsters and living chimera experiments. The panel frames it with blood splatter and red text boxes, because subtlety left this series around chapter 3. Alon is stunned that Ryan killed Levald so casually, and internally he asks whether this is what it means to have completely different ways of thinking. He wanted the orphans to have stable lives, and Ryan heard stable infrastructure, which apparently includes removing local pests with extreme prejudice. Ryan changes the subject to the eye of the follower. The artifact glows with blue-purple energy, and Alon confirms she is making good use of it. Cut to the formal meeting with the 5 great guild leaders. Several appear skeptical of Alon. Mayan, Beastwoman, Guildmaster of the Ancient Trackers, stands with slit feline eyes and dismissive posture, while Maverick looms nearby in merchant's garb. Hyman of the Arcadia Guild arrives wearing glasses and a scrutinizing expression. Argonia of the Calamedra Guild, strongest of all the Guildmasters, stares at Alon with measured, assessing calm. Mayan steps in, dagger spin, blade flashes between her fingers. She blocks Alon's path, flat stare locked on him. The guild leaders watch. Alon expected this. Alon's hand touches his artifact, and a snowflake glow spreads across the fabric, because apparently the item he picked up from a time gate is indestructible and also conveniently drama-proof. He and Evan note that it looks as good as new, which is one way to describe an artifact that just tanked a full swipe from an extremely aggressive house cat. Alon is completely out of mana after freezing Maya Norm with his last spell, which means he has spent his entire magical gas tank on one very aggressive ice sculpture, and now has to rely entirely on Argonia's rational personality to keep the other guild leaders from treating the room like a battle royale lobby. The chapter ends with the standoff unresolved, because of course it does. Alon came to Latanya for a quiet dungeon suppression meeting, and instead got a front-row seat to what happens when all your adopted children become regional power brokers, with zero chill. Alon stands there in a swirl of blue energy and announces flatly that he has exactly 2 reasons for joining the suppression unit. A blonde knight immediately asks if the nobleman is picking a fight because apparently nobody in this room has heard of Tone. Alon does not answer. He just raises one hand and flash freezes Mayan, the cat tribe guild master, into a full-body ice sculpture. The room goes very quiet. Argonia, the horned woman, politely asks if everyone could please let the matter end here, which is guild leader speak for, "I saw that and I am now very reasonable." Mayan's own people look betrayed by physics. Maverick looks like a man personally offended that gravity works, still glaring at Argonia for reasons that boil down to, "That could have been me." Alon, meanwhile, walks toward the double doors like he just finished a chore. Alon clutches his chest and admits internally that he is nervous. Argonia explains that she attacked the blonde man on purpose because the cat tribe puts strength above all. A vision drops, a colossal red dragon looming over a tiny horned creature. It is unclear whether this is a manifestation of Alon's anxiety or a preview of a future threat. The squad descends through a massive glowing blue vortex because every dungeon in this world is contractually obligated to look like a loading screen. At the round table, Alon's plan is accepted without objection, which is what happens when you have already turned the strongest person in the room into a popsicle. Argonia is there, horns visible, looking calm. Maverick is there too, muttering under his breath. They walk through stone corridors toward an outer god extermination. Mayan saunters up to Alon like this is a fan meet and greet. One of her own guild members asks if he has a problem with beastkin. Alon says no. What he did before was not discrimination, which is technically true, but also the worst possible phrasing. Mayan, now forward and somehow flirty, says the cat tribe puts strength above all, and that Alon overpowering her made her heart skip a beat. Alon's internal monologue in that moment carries enough exhausted subtext to power a small city. The squad clears the 4th floor. Alon drops ice spells. Argonia's dispel sword clears a path. A blonde mercenary complains that searching one by one is inefficient. They push deeper. Monsters fall. Ice erupts. The labyrinth is falling quickly to Alon's assault. Then the floor explodes. Not metaphorically. A man with pointed ears, long white hair, and the kind of physique that says, "I skipped leg day, but also every other day was arm day," drops into the arena. Alon's internal monologue flatlines. This is Kais, the king of gluttony, the outer god who devoured the boundary of truth. And he is showing up way, way earlier than the game guide said he would. Kais stands grinning as ice shards erupt around him. Alon sweats. He orders everyone to prepare for combat. Argonia charges. Maverick charges right behind her. Hyman raises his staff to intercept the incoming spell. Mayan looses an arrow at Case like she has been waiting a whole life for an entrance this dramatic. Then the world erupts and sends everyone flying in silhouette form. Chapter 36 opens with the battle already at full scale. Cyan energy scatters armored mercenaries like bowling pins. Case, now in his green-skinned goblin Bouter god form, grins and says he knew it, while Alon sweats on the sideline, wondering which timeline he accidentally downloaded. Swords flash, ice spears, golden mane energy cuts through the air. The party is throwing everything at a being that looks mildly inconvenienced. At best, this is not a fair fight. This is a tutorial boss that skipped the tutorial. Rheingroff opens her glowing grimoire, and her chain magic activates for the first time. Countless black chains erupt from the pages in every direction, a crowd control spell. A mercenary flinches as a stray blue energy slash rips past. Argonia and Maverick lunge in together. Kais's counter slices through both of them, blood spraying, but they remain standing. Alon stands before a massive blue ice pillar. The combined assault has failed to damage Kais. Alon watches Kais cast simultaneous ritual gestures and incantations and realizes, with the calm of a man reading a death flag, that the gap is absolute. This thing is operating on a rule set the party has not even unlocked yet. The squad keeps stirring everything they have while Kais treats the whole fight like recess. Maverick and Mayan press in for another strike, blade and dagger both useless against him. Ben Case catches Hyman mid-cast and slices him apart in a single stroke. Mayan screams and lunges for the body, and Case backhands her out of the way like she is an interruption, not a threat. Alon's mana potions are burning one by one. A white cylinder falls on the grass, empty. He shushes the group, sets an ice barrier trap, and Case blasts through it effortlessly, because traps only work on people who respect gravity. Alon calls out, "Now, Rhine!" Rhine ensnares the target in massive black chains. Alon fires his blue ice crystal spear from the ground. For 1 second, it looks like they have him. Kais announces, with the politeness of a god who has read the script, that he has decreased one of the penalties. Then he adds that he has great expectations, which is somehow more terrifying than any threat. Alon signals for silence again, but this time with desperation. Kais keeps breaking through. The party is scattered. Alon clutches his head, searching for a solution. They try the coordinated spear strike again. Rhine's chains slam down. Alon's ice crystal spear erupts, and Kais, still standing, says he has decreased another penalty, like he is grading their homework in real time. Kais taunts him, "You still know nothing." Then it hits Alon. Phrases, principles, self-expression, the law connecting it all. His understanding locks into place. Alon stands at the center of a massive blue magical array. The ice crystal halberd fully manifests, a snowflake-shaped construct radiating absolute frost that rewrites the laws of the world within a 10-meter radius. This is not a spell, this is a rules patch. Kais asks what Alon thinks he is doing, and honestly, same. Alon raises a fist glowing with cyan energy. The array spins. The halberd locks in. This is the moment the Marquis of Accidents stops playing support and starts playing God. Alon releases the ice crystal halberd. A wall of jagged blue ice crystals erupts and completely engulfs Case, the outer god, the king of gluttony, the being who was supposed to be early game unbeatable. And for the first time in this fight, Case begins to crumble. So remember the episode title. The Marquis of Accidents just accidentally saved the labyrinth, accidentally outscaled an outer god, and is about to accidentally collapse from mana poisoning. Patch notes never warned him about the cooldown. The ice crystal halberd goes off, the outer god gets flash frozen, and Alon stands in the middle of his own winter wonderland looking like the only person who did not get the memo that the spell was supposed to cost this much. While the rest of the squad is still processing that they just fought a god, a pointed-eared ice user descends into the frozen field, and Alon watches him with the exhausted focus of a man who has already used tomorrow's energy budget. Then the bill comes due. Alon drops in the rain. Utia reaches for him, and the screen goes white, because his body has finally filed a formal complaint with upper management. He wakes on a crude cot inside the makeshift tent, his limbs completely without strength, the cost of casting one powerful spell. Rhine pulls back the curtain and informs him he has been unconscious for a full day, while Sunorong sits in the background drinking medicine so bitter her face has entered another dimension. And Rhine leans over Alon and calls him Godfather, like that is a completely normal thing to say to a man who just napped through an apocalypse. Rhine does not do small talk. She looks at him and asks straight up why he risked himself to save her, and Alon tries to answer, collapses mid-sentence, and has to be helped back down to the cot because his body is still running on fumes and emotional damage. He finally tells her, earnest and exhausted, that he did not take any of them in to use them. And then he stares at the ceiling and asks the room the question that has been building for 37 chapters. Am I destined to be a villain? Rhine is the one who answers, sitting quietly with a rare faint smile and telling him she understands Godfather, which is warm and devastating in equal measure because she means it and because she is also one of the people he accidentally rescued from a life defined only by sin. After that, the group packs up and leaves by carriage, and Evan shows up with a communication crystal covered in snow like it is a participation trophy from the Northern Front, while Alon gets scolded for somehow ending up in this condition despite being surrounded by guild leaders. Alon insists he already gets plenty of gifts, which is the most first-world problem a newly minted Marquis can have, while Evan laughs in chibi form and the carriage rolls toward whatever political disaster is waiting next. Utia walks alone across a white stone plaza, red beret, red coat, silver hair catching the light, and for a moment she looks almost peaceful, which is a rare visual setting for a woman who has been running a shadow cult in Alon's name. Then the act lands its closing image, a silhouette of Alon in a black cape, lightning spear in hand, a giant eye looming above a golden seal. Because no matter how much he insists he is just a tired man who likes sweet potatoes, the world has already decided he is the Great Moon. Back at the estate, Loria appears through the communication orb and reports, with the cheerful energy of someone sharing good brunch news, that the target territory is now under control, and that the royalist and aristocratic faction heads have both fallen, while Alon just sits there processing that his accidental political faction now has a body count and a brand name. The final gut punch arrives in the form of a royal decree. The Queen has personally ordered Count Palacio to appear, and Alon covers his mouth in distress because he has gone from wanting to be a shadow mastermind to being far, far too visible, and the patch notes did not prepare him for this kind of promotion. Eero panel time. Alon stands in the throne room getting the kind of promotion most people spend decades earning, and his brain has decided to file a formal leave of absence. He came here hoping to stay invisible, and the Queen just handed him a title so bright he needs sunglasses. Before the royal chaos, we are back in Caliburn, where Deus Macalian is walking down a hallway with the energy of a man who has already read the room's obituary. An assassin proxy tries to get clever, and Deus responds with the patience of a glacier that has decided to move. The proxy swings a scythe. Deus catches him in violet threads, lifts him off the ground, and demands to know who dares speak ill of his benefactor in front of him. He kills the proxy. Deus uses mind-controlled puppetry as his combat method. Cut to the Four Sins Council meeting, which is basically a group chat where everyone has nuclear launch codes. Solarong is already yelling that Utir is being unfair. Renee is smiling like she knows something the rest of the room does not, and she calmly reminds everyone that Utir means no harm. Imagine a kindergarten class where every child can delete a kingdom. Deus reports that the assassination agency has lost 3 of 15 members, and the room received this without visible alarm. Utir wants details. Rhine wants to personally handle the eye of the follower. Sunang's expression darkens with murderous intent, and she immediately demands every single one of them be killed. The Blue Moon leadership responds to internal losses. Solange, never one for restraint, demands they kill Alon immediately. The Don pushes back and says they should first figure out why the agency picked him as a target, which is a reasonable suggestion that Solange immediately translates as treason. The council fractures so fast you can hear the friendship cooldowns resetting. Uche finally shuts the argument down and declares the meeting will resume only after the agency situation is handled. This is the closest thing Blue Moon has to a reasonable adult, and she is a white-haired cardinal who communicates primarily through divine torture and existential dread. Standards are low in this cult. Scene shift to the Asteria capital, Teria, where Alon arrives at the royal castle with the enthusiasm of a man walking into a surprise birthday party he knows is actually an intervention. The palace is gorgeous, the weather is perfect, and his anxiety is already doing cardio. Bianca is present as Kalia's attendant. Nobles are scrambling in panic, and Alon watches with detached composure. Inside the throne room, Alon stands on the red carpet, while nobles whisper and calculate. The atmosphere is less royal ceremony and more Shark Tank, with better lighting. Everyone is wondering what game Count Palacio is playing, and Alon is wondering why he is the only one who did not get the rulebook. Queen Stratania takes the throne, platinum hair and crown gleaming, looking like she has already decided how this meeting ends. Kalia watches from the crowd with the calm hunger of a woman who enjoys watching other people receive power they do not want. The queen begins to read the formal decree, and then it drops. Count Palacio is promoted to Marquis. The nobles erupt in whispered shock, and Alon's brain, faithful companion that it is, officially clocks out. He stands there thinking, "My brain has stopped," which is the most honest internal monologue a protagonist has delivered in this entire series. In the middle of his existential reboot, Alon randomly remembers that Deus's hobby was puppetry, because the human mind under stress will latch onto absolutely anything. He wonders if Deus is still doing puppet shows, which is a hilarious thing to think about while being promoted by a queen. The act shows a quick flash of the queen's golden archives, her dragon, and the divine light that accompanies royal authority. Alon is becoming a marquis, while the established powers of the world operate at a far greater scale. Back in the political engine room, some schemer notes that if this incident weakens the Kale faction, that would be convenient. The chibi tug-of-war visual of Alon, Kalia, Loria, and Seolrung pulling on the same rope is basically the entire plot in one image. Everyone is pulling, nobody asked Alon if he wanted to play. A purple-haired client yells at a bald operative, who then gets attacked by a superior fighter. The bald man confirms the rumors about the Count's skill right before he is killed. Blue Moon eliminates its own operatives when they fail. After the ceremony, Alon finally exhales in relief, which is always a mistake in this story. The sky is blue, the birds are probably judging him, and somewhere a new disaster is already boarding a carriage toward his estate. Alon stands in a palace corridor, staring at his new medallion like it might bite him. He is now a marquis, a marquis. The man whose life goal was eating sweet potatoes in a quiet villa has somehow become a major noble through a combination of misunderstandings, cult activity, and sheer unwillingness to correct anyone. Yutia appears and grins at him, because of course she does. She's the only person in this building who is happy about the promotion, mostly because every rung Alon climbs is another altar in the Church of the Great Moon. Alon mutters that he did not plan for any of this, and Yutia's smile says she knows, and she does not care. The act closes with Alon at a palace window, looking out at the world he accidentally became visible in. His internal monologue lands the theme perfectly. It seems like he has become far too visible. The Shadow Mastermind plan is in ruins, the title is permanent, and the Marquis of Accidents has just been upgraded to a higher accident tier. The final act opens on a man in a pinstripe suit lying on the floor, and the man standing over him is not who you think. A bound prisoner screaming somewhere in the background. The confrontation has already begun before the main subject arrived. Phil Boyd arrives at the secret criminal hideout, gives the password, and enters with complete confidence in his position. What he finds is Bianca already collapsed, and a golden-haired wolf girl standing over the bodies like she is auditing the guest list. So Long looks up and asks who he is. And the honest answer is that he's about to have the worst meeting of his entire criminal career. Golden lightning tears through the hideout. Red claws crash down the hallway. The agents, this supposedly elite assassination organization, are discovering that their own boss is the girl who declared herself the future wife of the man they were hired to kill. So Long strikes Phil Boyd's men. They fly across the room. She turns to face the one survivor who remains. Phil Boyd stammers something about her husband, and Seolrung, glowing with absolute sincerity, corrects him. Alon is her husband, because they will be married soon after all. She lunges one last time, golden eyes burning, and the screen goes quiet because there is really nothing left to argue about. Cut to Alon in a carriage with Kalia and Loria, eating desserts and wondering aloud what the Queen could possibly be thinking. He does not know about the hideout massacre. He does not know he is now engaged by Wolf Girl Fiat. He is just a man who likes cake and is being promoted beyond his emotional pay grade. Alon states his next objective. He must travel to Roxas to revitalize what Heinkel gave him. The story introduces Nia and Elivan. At Alcamel's cave hideout, an operative starts reciting agency law, and the building collapses around him, which is what happens when you bring bylaws to a Utia fight. Alcamel draws his sword. He is already losing ground, and the situation continues to worsen. Utia appears from behind crimson fabric, and the words in the air are not a spell. They are a diagnosis, the fear, then judgment. Black tendrils erupt from the ground, people are yanked backward by unseen forces, and the entire agent's organization learns that mind terror is not a metaphor in Utia's hands. Utia stands calm among the wreckage in her cardinal robes. A bloated monster screams as it is crushed behind her. She smiles. Alon and Evan arrive to find the mansion in shambles, and Alon's response to discovering an entire assassination group has been erased is to grin and announce they are taking everything. Utia and Seolrong reunite with the caravan, one radiating holy murder and the other radiating pure affection. And Alon is somehow the only person who does not understand. He is the gravitational center of both. Solan corners, alone with a marriage registration form and a pen, and the look on her face says this is a business transaction she has already decided to win. Alon announces that the discoloration from mana poisoning has faded. This is the first positive development after 3 consecutive political crises. Chapter 40 pulls us to Duke Clan's faction, where an operative is hurled backward and a blue energy grid crushes subordinates like they are being deleted by a content moderator. Shadowy abyssal hands reach from the void. A white-haired man and a pointed-eared subordinate stand on a balcony, and a hidden authority commands someone to take charge of this matter now. Carmine is confirmed imprisoned in the isolation ward, suffering severe anxiety from absorbing an abyss jade. The Duke's people debate who possesses sufficient strength to survive absorbing these items. Flashback to several weeks ago, the muscular, dark-skinned Kalman grins over 2 glowing purple orbs before being dispatched to assassinate Alon, his massive silhouette looming over 2 fighters like a raid boss loading screen. Back in the present, Solong pins Alon against a stone corridor wall and informs him she will own him with this certificate, and she refuses his refusal. Alon deflects with the classic, "Let's reconsider when you're a little older," and Sorong lights up as if he just proposed. Because in her head, he basically did. He pats her head, she waits happily at the cave entrance, and Alon walks inside alone, still believing he has successfully de-escalated the situation. Inside the forgotten ruins, a golden magic circle ignites, a shadowy entity disintegrates, and a voice asks if Alon can actually see her, because most people are not supposed to. The dragon woman manifests, horned and golden, and Alon greets her with the deadpan complaint that he almost died, which is not the usual opening line for a first meeting with a divine spirit. She is stunned he can perceive her clearly, then outright accuses him of lying when he mentions self-nature manifestation, and that is when Alon decides to stop talking and start casting. Ice Crystal Halberd. The technique name is spoken, and the entire chamber floods with blue-white energy, crystalline spears, and overwhelming magical force. Utia watches from nearby as the dragon woman concedes and demands Alon keep the promise he just made with his magic, as if contracts signed through divine violence are legally binding. The dragon woman is stunned. He learned this by himself, reaches the limits of her manifestation, and Alon asks if what he is looking at is an ego weapon, because at this point he might as well collect one. She explains that what he seeks requires conceptualization, and the scene ends with Kalia and a smaller figure dwarfed by jagged crystalline shards beneath a golden celestial ring. The dragon woman fades. Alon asks again about ego weapons. The spectral figure dissolves into golden light, leaving the question unresolved. Alon looks breathless. The demoness figure floats in black energy, and the clash of gold and dark forces suggests he has just signed up for a power system he has not finished reading the terms of service for. Back in Colony, Solung demands to be petted. The royal treasury offers a single artifact. Alon pats her head with visible nervousness as events continue to center on him. The group enters the desert city to find holy knights of Rosario filling the streets, and so Ron drags Alon toward the crowd, because she has never met a social situation she could not make worse. Utea strides forward in her black cardinal dress. Alon spots familiar red eyes. She clasps his hand warmly, and Alon stands wide-eyed because his mana hall is completely empty, and so, at last, is his ability to process any of this. And that is where we leave him. A man who accidentally became a marquis, accidentally collected an outer god, accidentally got engaged to a wolf girl warlord, and is now being warmly greeted by the cardinal who runs his accidental cult. The Marquis of Accidents has no idea what he will accidentally conquer next, and honestly, neither do we.